Now 6:02. Priscilla, we have all board members.
All board members are present.
It's a recognition items, recognition of K through 8 representatives. Dr. Gibson.
Thank you, President Westbrook. And tonight we're honored to have Samuel Akers, a third grader with Weiderstein Elementary, and Emily Kurth, a seventh grader with Dobie Intermediate School, to lead us in our pledge.
Good evening, members of the board, President Westbrook and Superintendent Dr. Gibson. I am Luis Chavez, the principal at Weiderstein Elementary, and I would like to introduce to you our student Samuel Akers, who is in third grade. He is gifted mathematician. His favorite subjects are math and music. He enjoys playing video games. He's a huge help at home and serves as a great mentor to his younger brothers. He hopes to attend college and become a firefighter. He is joined by his mother, Emily Akers, great aunt Valerie Strickland, brothers Lee, Max, and John.
Good evening, members of the board, President Westbrook, Superintendent Dr. Gibson. I am Vernon Simmons, principal at Dobie Junior High. I would like to introduce our student, Emily Kurth. She is a seventh grader at our school, and I'd like to recognize her for her resiliency and her determination to be great. She started off the year, and to see her now, she is truly a positive impact on our campus. Her favorite subject is also math. She enjoys doing ballet and painting, and she is joined by her parent, Melissa Kurth. Wave your hand. All right, there we go. All right, so parents, please stand and be recognized, which they did. Emily and Sam will be leading us in our pledges this evening.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas pledge. Honor
the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yes. Now we'll have the Vice President's recitation of the mission, vision, and values.
Our vision is that we prepare every student to be a productive citizen. Our values is leadership, character, commitment, service, and learning. Our mission is the Schertz-Cibolo-Universal City ISD provides a safe, secure, and challenging learning environment through the responsible use of all resources to afford opportunities for all students to realize their individual potential and to become responsible and productive members of society. Our priorities is high achievement for all students, a high-performing and engaged workforce, and effective and efficient district and campus operations.
Thank you. We'll do the board recitation of district belief statements. Yes. People.
We believe all students have the capacity to learn and be successful. We believe a safe, secure environment is paramount to learning.
We believe living our core values of leadership, character, commitment, service, and learning result in the ability to set and achieve lifelong goals. We believe a quality instruction addresses the individual needs of the students.
We believe engaging, interactive, and authentic teaching creates empowered, active learners prepared for our changing world. We believe embracing technology as a relevant tool enhances learning in and beyond the classroom.
We believe in a professional learning community culture that allows time to collaborate and share the best practice in order to improve continually. We believe good communication is critical to success.
We believe lifelong learning enriches staff through professional development. We believe measures of our success go beyond standardized testing. And we believe public education is defined by the local community with limited state involvement.
Mr. Westbrook, if we may, I'll take Roman numeral 6. And on November the 16th, about a month ago, our 4 trustees that were up for the places that were up for election this fall, this past November, were officially sworn in so that tonight they could sit. Technically, they are the current board members and they're sitting here. But tonight we wanted to take, if everybody will indulge just a second, we're going to do a ceremonial swearing in. Ms. Etram is not here, and Ms. Maloney, or Judge Maloney as we like to refer to her, is going to step in and administer the oath. So 4 trustees, we're going to ask you to come right up here where we do our photo line, and Ms. Maloney will lead you through the oath. Should be, yeah. And we're going to, in the interest of time, and I think maybe a better photo op, we're going to do them all 4 at the same time.
Yes. Okay. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of trustee of the Schertz-Cibolo-Universal City Independent School District of the state of Texas, and will to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, so help me God. Congratulations.
I would like to say, take an opportunity to say, it's great to see a full house. Great to see the great students of Schertz-Cibolo-Universal City here. Great to see the parents, principals, staff here. My first meeting, so hey, thank you very much for attending. I think we're going to do a great job. I'm following in the footsteps of Gary Inman, so well, I can't fill those shoes, so I'm not even going to try. But Dr. Gibson, we're going to have recognition items. Recognition for student representatives of the month of December, presented by Dr. Gibson.
Thank you, President Westbrook. And we have several recognition items tonight in total, kind of culminating maybe our fall semester. We're going to begin tonight with our monthly event of having our 2 traditional high school representatives. Tonight we have Jonathan Voos, a 12th grader at Clemens High School, and Morgan Barelia, 12th grader at Steele High School, representing their campuses and students. We're going to have you come meet your administrators down at the podium, and we're going to hear a few words from you, and then we look forward to you joining us back up on the dais for the remainder of the reports and recognition.
Morgan Varela. Morgan is a senior at Steele High School and has been in the district for the past 6 years. She is an active participant in Knights of the Round Table at Steele and has been president of the Page Masters Book Club for the past 3 years. Morgan believes strongly that teachers can be the change that the world needs, and she truly wants to make a difference through teaching. This past summer, she attended a teacher protest in Austin at the Capitol with a group of teachers and with Dr. Gibson. This year is Morgan's first year participating in Steele's Ready, Set, Teach program. Morgan has currently been assigned to both the kindergarten and first grade class at Green Valley Elementary. Her role in the classroom is to assist in making and teaching lessons, playing games, and reading to the students in her classroom. In her spare time, Morgan volunteers in our district by reading to younger students in her mom's classroom. She is also an active member in Communities in Schools program by helping to organize booths, creating bulletin boards on how students can find help for depression and anxiety. Morgan also participates in the Project Success program, encouraging teens to attend college by offering help and support. Morgan plans to attend Texas Lutheran University next year and major in early childhood education. She would love to come back to SCUC and teach first grade and further her career in community outreach. Tonight, Morgan is represented by her mother, Frida Varela, who teaches at Watts Elementary. And also her father, Daniel Varela. And we also have her Ready, Set, Teach advisor, Miss Jana Mahoney. Now it is my pleasure and honor to introduce you to Miss Morgan Varela.
Good evening, Dr. Gibson, President Westbrook, and members of the board. Thank you for coming tonight. I'm sure you are all aware of the major influence that teachers have on our world. However, there's a smaller change happening every day here in our district. I'm here representing Practicum in Education, or Ready, Set, Teach. This program allows juniors and seniors to go off campus for 2 periods to lead and observe instructional methods within our school district. This program is an opportunity of a lifetime. Students not only get to specialize in their careers, but they also have a chance to find out if the job is right for them. Teaching is the 3rd largest profession in the world, so it's no wonder that we have a constant need for new teachers. Each and every one of us in this room was at some point moved by a teacher's actions, be it that biology teacher freshman year who helped you through a hard patch, or that English teacher that always found a way to make you smile. In Ready, Set, Teach, we build leaders. We build relationships. I spend 4 days a week with a kindergarten and first grade class, getting to know them, finding teaching techniques that work with them, growing. Every day, I strive to be better for them. Ready, Set, Teach is not some blow-off class where you can do what you want when you want. We learn the importance of curriculum and planning ahead. We build centers and create lesson plans. We fuel the future. When I step into that classroom, I'm not just a senior at Steele High School. I'm Miss Morgan, a teaching assistant who challenges my students and creates a safe and caring environment. Teachers' jobs are not just to educate, but to expand the mind, to think in different ways, to be compassionate, kind, and most of all, original. In the great words of Robert Frost, I am not a teacher, I am an awakener. Ready, Set, Teach has taught me all of these things and more. It is a program I am proud to support. Ready, Set, Teach has meant the world to me since I began it. I've gained so much knowledge and wisdom from this experience. I have been so lucky to have this opportunity. RST has given me something to look forward to every single day when I wake up. I can't wait to go to school and see my kids, even when they're a little crazy sometimes. I get to see them grow and learn. I see them build relationships and gain compassion. There is nothing more satisfying or inspirational as watching young minds develop. Thanks to Miss Mahoney's great leadership and phenomenal enthusiasm, I'm happy to say that when I'm a teacher, hopefully in this district, I would be honored to have an RST of my own. Thank you.
What's up, guys? All right. Okay. Dr. Gibson, SCUC administrators, members of the board, tonight I have the pleasure of introducing Jonathan Voos. Jonathan is the son of David Voos, back in the back. What's up, Coach Voos? Been here forever. Michelle Voos, his mom right there. Yeah. He's a senior at Samuel Clemens High School, and he's a great kid. And I'm serious about the great kid part. He's a member of countless clubs and organizations, which I'm sure he'll tell you all about when he gets up here. He's an awesome student and works hard to maintain great grades, and an amazing asset to our DECA program and to our campus. I've often witnessed him helping his fellow classmates with work and offering to assist his teachers and his classmates with tasks. He talks about all of the great things that DECA and these organizations have done for him, but what he won't say is how much he has contributed to these clubs and organizations, which is tremendous. He's the kind of kid that helps you, your program to grow and grow, and that is the truth. He really is just one of those kids that I wish I could clone about 100 or 200 of them and let them run around campus. Because of this, our entire student and staff body knows him, and whenever he's called or his name is called, you'll hear Voos, like loud. So y'all have a chance to do that when I introduce him. So please allow me to introduce Jonathan Voos.
All right. Thank you for the thoughtful introduction, Mr. Saunders, although I'm not really sure you want 100 or 200 of me running around campus. That probably wouldn't be, I don't know, that'd be a lot to handle. Anyways, my name is Jonathan Voos, and I am a senior at Samuel Clemens High School. I am a varsity letterman in football and baseball and participate in numerous organizations, including DECA, where I am the District 2 Vice President of Social Media, NHS, where I am the Vice President, and FCA, where I am the Secretary. I am currently ranked 9th in the class of 2018, and I'm also a National Merit Commended Scholar, a 2017 American Legion Texas Boys State alumni, a member of the Academic All-State Elite Team in football, and the CW35 Thursday Night Lights Scholar Athlete of the Week representative for Samuel Clemens High School on November 9th. Samuel Clemens High School has provided many opportunities for me to grow as an aspiring student athlete. My involvement in these organizations often forces me to miss school for games, competitions, and meetings. Nevertheless, my teachers have always worked within my schedule and enabled me to succeed in the classroom. Their willingness to help has allowed me to balance my workload and focus on athletic and club activities along with my schoolwork. I have played sports for my entire life and have been around Clemens athletics for as long as I can remember. My father, David Voos, teaches history and coaches football and track at the school, which has allowed me to actively participate in the program since elementary school. I've been on the sidelines at varsity football games since 6th grade as a ball boy and over the past couple of years as an athlete. That being said, I care deeply about our athletic programs at the school and appreciate the opportunity to represent Clemens in football and baseball. Our administration also has done an excellent job in creating opportunities for students to grow through club involvement. DECA has taught me so much about being a leader in my school and community, prepared me for interviews, and even turned me into a confident public speaker. Last year, I qualified for state competition along with being elected district vice president, and this year I hope to qualify for internationals in Atlanta. DECA also provides multiple opportunities for students to grow through academies and leadership camps like the Leadership Summit I attended over the summer at Nukes in New Braunfels. DECA no longer officially stands for anything, but I like to describe it as the dedication, enthusiasm, competitiveness, and ambition our members have that will make them successful wherever they go. I've been a member of this wonderful organization for 2 years now and have been able to network with many aspiring students like myself. Likewise, NHS and FCA have presented me with countless opportunities to better myself and my community. These organizations also stress the importance of community service and have allowed me to lead my peers in beneficiary expenditures. And just this month, we have sponsored a child for Christmas through FCA and plan to go downtown to serve at the HEB Feast of Sharing for NHS. These organizations have taught me the importance of leading with a servant's heart and have been an incredibly rewarding experience. Ultimately, I hope to attend one of Rice, Cornell, or Columbia University to major in economics and later get my MBA or attend law school. I'm not entirely sure what I want to do after college yet, but I do know that I plan to lead by example wherever I end up. I appreciate the opportunity to share my experiences as a Buffalo as a lifelong SCUC student. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Now we will have the recognition of community achievements by Dr. Wood. Nope.
Good evening, President Westbrook, Dr. Gibson, and members of the board. We would like to honor the city of Schertz for partnering with Becky Williams, who is our coordinator of social studies, pre-K through 12th grade. We have two people from the city of Schertz here with us. We wanted to share that the city of Schertz has continued to be a supporter of the students of SCUCISD. Brenda Dennis, who is here today, reached out about getting some of our students involved in the local government. And from this idea hatched the mayor and city council member of the day. Since then, every year we have students who go to the city of Schertz, plan, prepare, facilitate an actual day with all of the city council leadership. They debate mock issues and participate in the entire event. It's a pretty fantastic event. So we would like to thank specifically Ms. Brenda Dennis, the city secretary of Schertz, who came up with this idea to begin with, and Officer Helen Lafitte, who also participates in this as well. And we'd also like Becky Williams to come up as well.
And I would like all three of them. You're going to get to work the gauntlet. Need to shake hands, and then we'll take a picture. Come on, Brenda, y'all shake hands.
We need a photo in front of the dais, if you don't mind.
Get in front.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Hey, if I may, being a former Schertz employee, I would just like to say, for those that don't know Ms. Dennis and Officer Lafitte, I will challenge you to find anybody in the city that is more dedicated or worked harder than those two to make the city run and to make sure that everything's done. Brenda does a wonderful job in everything she does for the city. And then, if y'all don't know Officer Lafitte, she helps with all her jobs as community policing, and she does also in the schools. And I will tell you, there's nobody in this police department that I think is more dedicated to the city than her. So thank y'all both for what y'all do.
And I'm going to pile onto that because we knew that once Brenda Dennis and Becky Williams got together, our lives may never be the same again. And so I don't know, where did Becky go? Did she disappear? Stand up, Becky, because we really did. Once those two got together, this thing was off. And as the kids would say, it was lit. And so thank you, and it looks like it's moving strong, and we look forward to it every single opportunity. But thank you, Becky. Mr. Westbrook, recognition items C and items E will be moved to the January board meeting due to some scheduling conflicts, so that would bring us to recognition item D with Mr. Perez and J.D. Mosley.
Good evening, Dr. Gibson, President Westbrook, and members of the board. As a district, we believe that lifelong learning enriches staff through professional development. This year, we started the Operations Leadership Academy in an effort to provide professional development for our supervisors. So far this year, we've covered a number of topics, such as continuous improvement, Plan, Do, Study, Act, Covey principles, and any other topics related to process improvements. The supervisors today that will be recognized have also initiated a number of projects designed to improve effectiveness and efficiency levels. And so we want to recognize them today. They certainly exemplify and live by our core values of leadership, commitment, and learning. And they've attended all the sessions or missed no more than one. So again, we want to recognize them today, and I have the names from the different departments. From the Maintenance and Facilities Department, James Bruce. Come on up, James. Come on up. Terry Rapman. Kamari Early. And Andy Rocha. Go on. From the Child Nutrition Department, Amy Harkins. From the Transportation Department, David Gordon. And then we do have someone that is not here today from the Technology Department, Candy Mills. She wasn't able to make it.
President Westbrook, while they're going to their seats, I want to say thank you to Mr. Perez and Mr. Mosley and the other operations directors for kicking this thing off. And I've had another superintendent tell me that you guys train your operations side in more leadership than we train our instruction side, and that's probably true. And so we appreciate the vision that you all have laid out and the fact that we have frontline staff members that have a gazillion and 3 things to do every day that are taking time out of their busy day to come learn about leadership.
Were there some projects that might be able to be used in the district in the future? You said you had some projects, so.
Yeah, definitely. We looked at the PDSA projects for a number of the people in our departments. All of them had to do with improving effectiveness and efficiency in the district. And so we can bring some of those back to you and kind of share some of the different things that they're doing. But you know, they're taking things that they do in their daily work and trying to say, well, how can we improve these pieces? And it's working. So they've got some data to show that the things that they've put into place are working. So
Good deal,
really
thanks. Yep. Recognition of board meeting principal representative Michelle Shea and Veronica Goldhorn.
Good evening, President Westbrook, Dr. Gibson, and members of the board. It's my honor to introduce our secondary principal representative here tonight, Mr. Vernon Simmons, who's a proud principal at Dobie Junior High. He has 20 years of experience, and one of the fun facts about him is, well, I'm going to tell you two. One, he carries around a gallon water jug and drinks a whole gallon of water every day. And when he retires, he plans to live off the grid. Thank you, Vernon.
And I would like to introduce our elementary principal that's representing us this evening, Mr. Luis Chavez. He is a principal at Wiederstein Elementary, and he has served for 18 years in education. And a fun fact about Mr. Chavez is that he didn't like to read unless it was for a grade, but now he spends a lot of money on Amazon buying books to help him learn lots of new things. Mr. Chavez.
Before we go on to student achievements, in my very first meeting, I was sitting down with Dr. Gibson, and we thought of how important it was to recognize the principals of this district and the staff. And so, in that light, they couldn't have picked any two better people to start it off with. And so, Mr. Simmons and Mr. Chavez, thank you very much for all your hard work and all your years of service. So, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening once again. Tonight we're here to recognize our SCUC students who've achieved outstanding academic and athletic distinction. We applaud their commitment and dedication to perform in these areas and bring excellence to our district. Parents, students, and friends, thank you for joining us tonight for this chance to recognize academic and athletic excellence. Students, congratulations on your accomplishments and best of luck for your bright future. So in athletics, the following students were recognized as members of the 2017-2018 Academic All-State teams. Academic All-State teams recognize high school athletes who excel in the following categories: grade point average, class rank, and ACT or SAT scores. We applaud them for their commitment and dedication to perform with the highest of excellence academically and on the field or court. Representing Clemens from cross country, Martin Lopez, Jenna Macias, Emmanuel Manny Mora, Chloe Munoz. Come on up. Don't be shy. We know you're not shy, right? Come on. From volleyball, Caden Kirby, Mackenzie Miller, Zaria Oates, Kalia Oram Harris, Alexa Ruiz, Yaziel Sanchez, Lauren Teskey. And these are your Clemens Academic All-State representatives. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Yep, stand in the middle. We're going to get a picture. Family members, you want to come take your pictures? Come on up. Congratulations. And tonight, representing Steele High School for Academic All-State Honors in cross country, Alessandra Acosta, Torianne Johnson, and from volleyball, Kendall Reese. Congratulations. The next set of students are recognized for their individual athletic excellence at the state or national level. Mackenzie Miller from Clemens High School was selected to the Texas Association of Volleyball Coaches All-State Team. Mackenzie will also play in the TAVC All-Star Game in May. Come on up. Also from Clemens Volleyball, Shelby O'Neill. Shelby was selected to the Texas Association of Volleyball Coaches All-State Team. Come on up, Shelby. And last but not least, Lauren Teskey. Lauren was selected to the Texas Girls Coaches Association All-State Team, the Texas Association of Volleyball Coaches All-State Team, and received Under Armour All-American Honorable Mention honors. Lauren will also play in the TAVC All-Star Game in May. Congratulations. Photos? Congratulations. Yeah, get your pictures done. Yeah. Congratulations. Nice work. And from Steele High School, congratulations to Lauren Martinez, who qualified to run in the state cross-country meet in November. By running in the state meet, Lauren was selected for the Texas Girls Coaches Association All-State Team, as well as the TGCA All-Star Team. Congratulations, Lauren. Congratulations. So moving on to fine arts, group and solo musical Texas Thespian State Festival national qualifiers. After Steele Theater students received superior ratings for their performances at the Texas Thespian State Festival, the next students qualified to compete in the International Thespian Festival in Nebraska in June of 2018, where they will be immersed in the dramatic arts for high-achieving high school theater students from across the United States. From Steele High School, Bethany Abney, Peyton Fuentes, Lily Gordon, Kiana Lee, Isaac Leon, Kaylin Ming, Victoria Olivas, Jade Reed, Carolina Sferla, Crystal I'll get it, Suministrado, did I get it close? Omalis Torres Rodriguez, and Mia Wright. Congratulations. Congratulations. So Kiana Lee, come back. Kiana Lee was chosen as a Texas Thespian State Officer, excuse me, and will represent the San Antonio area on the Texas Thespians Officer Board. Kiana is the first student from the Steele Theater chosen to be a member of this elite group of 15 officers who were chosen out of over 8,000 students in attendance. Congratulations. And last but not least, Crystal, please come on up. Crystal Suministrado was chosen to be part of the Texas Thespians Festival All-State Closing Ceremony cast and had the opportunity to perform with Broadway star Mamie Paris, currently starring as Grisabella in Cats, in the festival's closing ceremony in front of the over 8,000 thespians in attendance. After several rounds of auditions, only 25 of the most talented students from across the state were chosen to be in the closing ceremony. Congratulations, Crystal. Congratulations. Thank you. That concludes our student recognition portion.
Once again, thank you to all the students. You've earned it. You put in the hard work. You've earned it. Now we will hear the Board of Trustees will now hear public comments. In order to provide consistency and fairness to all individuals, public comments will be heard in accordance with Board Policy BED local and procedures outlined in Administrative Regulation BED. Comments should be limited to topics such as policies, curriculum, and facilities. Any direct criticism of a specific employee will not be heard during public comments and should be considered separately as provided in board policy. In this context, the individuals are cautioned to not identify any employee by name or by any combination of words or descriptions which could identify the employee to another individual. Public comments will be limited to individuals who signed up to participate in the public comment portion of the meeting before the board meeting was called to order. Delegations of more than 5 persons shall appoint 1 person to present their views. An individual who signed up to participate in the public comment portion of the meeting may not relinquish their time to another individual. No public comment shall exceed 5 minutes. To ensure compliance with time limitations, a yellow card will be held up by the board secretary at 4 minutes, Mr. Perkins, and a red card will be held up at 5 minutes. If you have any issues you would like to discuss with an administrative staff member complete the designated form located on the table at the back of the room and place it in a wooden box. Your concern and contact information will be forwarded to the appropriate staff member. First in the public comments, Dr. Irene Patrisky.
Good evening, Dr. Gibson, President Westbrook, and members of the school board. I'm here to comment on one action item that you have on tonight's agenda, and that deals with projected 2018-2019 budget using the $9 tax rate. I find that to be an action item tonight is rather premature since there hasn't been any public forums related to this. I think the public, the taxpayers overall, should have a say-so before such a measure is taken. I suggest that you stick with the $4 until the $4 tax rate until there has been opportunity, ample opportunity, for all taxpayers in this community to have a say-so. Thank you.
Next we will have Joe Trevino.
Good evening, Mr. Westbrook, Dr. Gibson, and members of the board. I'm here to talk about the DOI, the District of Innovation Plan that has been worked on over the last few months and weeks. The District Improvement Committee, which was the committee that was tasked with coming up with the plan and approving this plan as a community committee, when roughly 67 people out of the committee, there were only 3 that were actually not receiving a paycheck from this school district. So how is that a representation of the district and the public? The fact that, you know, if my boss stands before me and tells me he wants me to do something a certain way, I'm pretty sure I'm going to do it the way he wants it done. But also in the transparency of the whole issue, and I don't think that anybody purposely did anything wrong. I don't think that's the purpose. I think truly the problem with the DOI issue is that the DOI issue, we all that are involved in this process know that this process was slid in to a bill in the 11th hour of the legislative session 2 years ago in the dark of night with literally hours to go in the legislative session. Your own district attorney stands up at the last meeting last Thursday and says how this was discussed at length and everything, and it wasn't. And the biggest problem is that if it's truly engaging the community as what it needs, you had to fight tooth and nail to find anything out about this issue. It was buried in the web page. Can't find much of it on the district social media page. I can tell you how Malcolm Brown is doing with the Los Angeles Rams. That's out there. But if you really want to be innovative, if you really want to engage the community, if you really want to do that, do more than what is the barely minimum required by law in checking the boxes to just make sure we just didn't make any mistakes. But if you really truly want to be innovative, and the biggest, I'm here on behalf of a bunch of my clients that I work for. I have an agenda to that it affects their business during their busiest time of year. If we move the start date up too much, that it affects their business. It's when they have customers, when our students are working, when our faculty who may be having second jobs are working. It's just a different kind of classroom. These jobs are important. These are good employers that are good to our kids in our district. Just a rough estimate of 4 or 5 of them across the district, over $1 million that these pay out to people, kids that work out of our district, from the J.W. Marriott, Natural Bridge Caverns, Wildlife Ranch, Schlitterbahn. These are just a few of them, and this money that they make, these kids in some cases really need. Some of it do it for living, for fun stuff, but some of them really need it. So I think taking this issue on and really looking at what the financial impact of this is to our kids and our community, because the initial proposal was that there's no financial impact to this. And that is just not true. From hard costs, what it costs the district to be having school in early August. I think back to before there was, we had the hard start date of the fourth Monday in August. My son was at Steele. I was in charge of one of the first football program. The band was practicing in early August, and when she came to me and says, "You can't use that picture I gave you to put in the program." I go, "Why?" "Well, there's a girl passed out in the photograph." It was too late, it had already gone to print. And they were practicing in early August when that picture was taken. So if you really want to be innovative, we're not against that. We don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem with the process, that the process isn't what we think it is. That needs to be really looked at. But when the day is done, making sure that it's not just a one-sided deal, that we're looking at everything that involves to make the community better as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Trevino. I think because it's on the agenda, maybe Dr. Edwards will address it later on. And is that going to be? No, we have it on. It's a discussion item later. So, Mr. Trevino, I think some of your concerns may be addressed later. Next, we have Jose and Charity Martinez.
Good evening, Dr. Gibson, Mr. Westbrook, and the board. We have 4 children in the district, and we have no issues with the high school or the intermediate school. Our issue deals directly with Dobie Junior High. As you are aware, there have been racial slurs going on at the school, as well as an alleged gun threat. One main issue is that parents were not notified until 1:30 yesterday afternoon by email. We found out Sunday night only by Facebook. And my daughter does not feel safe returning to Dobie. She is a straight A student. She has done the mayor for the day. She has a class with this child in question. This child speaks in class where teachers have heard him say that he supports Hitler. He told her that she was a freaking Hispanic and she just needs to be deported. He also flings racial slurs like no other, and I have the district policy. Prohibited harassment of a student is defined as physical, verbal, or nonverbal conduct based on the student's race, color, religion, sex, gender, national origin, disability, age, or any other basis prohibited by law that is so severe, persistent, or pervasive that the conduct, 1, affects the student's ability to participate in or benefit from an educational program or activity, or creates an intimidating, threatening, hostile, or offensive educational environment, which is exactly what this has done. I know there are other parents that feel the same way. I have a friend with us tonight that feels the same. We have tried to get a hold of administration. Administration is very difficult to get a hold of at Dobie. They don't return emails. Very rarely do they return phone calls.
It's just the communication that, as a parent, there's a lack of. We had 2 things that we wanted to come up with. This was one of them, and the other concern was our daughter took a test, a summative test. If you guys know, summative test is a huge test. There's no communication towards the parents. The teacher didn't inform us that she failed, didn't send an email, didn't send a letter, anything, didn't call. We found out after the test was taken, and a few days after it was taken, they input it into the system. By that time, supposedly the rule is that 5 days or whatever it is at the teacher's discretion. As soon as we found out, we called, and there were just no communications. The lack of communication that as a parent, you guys understand that we send our students, our kids, to school, and, you know, you guys are the parents, you know, the faculty.
You're supposed to keep them safe and make them feel loved while they're not at home. And the safe, secure environment paramount to learning, that is not occurring at Dobie at this point in time. I believe that if this child is not expelled because teachers said to other students that it's freedom of speech. Well, I'm sorry, but hate speech is not included in the category as freedom of speech. There's 9 classes that are not freedom of speech, and that's one of them. And also, if he is not expelled or dealt with, I believe that my student should be able to be transferred. We put in a transfer request, it was denied. And also, this child needs help. He needs to be somewhere where he can get help. He's not getting that at Dobie. He probably won't get that at Corbett. So I don't feel that my child is safe returning to Dobie if this student comes back in January.
That's all we have.
Thank you. I want you to know that according to board policy, we can't respond unless it's on the agenda. So I don't want you to take our silence or not saying anything but the administration is aware of it, and they will deal with it. Somebody will be in contact with you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Georgiana Clark. Georgina? Georgiana.
Sorry. Those are
Not
important,
you.
that's why
It's
they're
an
loud,
Amber
that's
Alert.
okay.
So sorry.
It's okay.
I started the
I
clock.
get that a lot,
already,
it's
so
all
yeah.
right, it's all right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I did not write down a speech, so I apologize if I stutter. I am also a parent at Dobie Junior High. I agree wholeheartedly with what this couple just stated, 150%. What I would like to request is not a change in policy, more a enhancement of the procedures of those policies. I'm a survivor of domestic abuse, and I know what it's like to be some of these kids at this school. To be able to go to school at all is a gift to some of these kids. To be able to get away from some of the environments that they're in is the only freedom that they have in that day, to get away and to feel safe. When they go to school, they need to be kids, because eventually they're gonna be adults, and they're gonna be working in an environment where they're supposed to trust their employers, who they said, yes, I will come work for you and give you 150%, because you're gonna give me a paycheck, and I love my job. Hostile work environment, we all know what that is, and that's what these kids are under right now. It's not just this school, it's not just this incident, it's not isolated, it's escalated. We live in a horrible time where tragic things are happening to children, young children at 10 years old taking tragic, drastic measures to get away from these types of environments. All I'm asking is that we do something. We communicate with the community. We moved here purposefully to SCUCISD. There was no other option when we moved back to San Antonio. This was our school district, and that was the real estate agent's only function, was to find a home here, because we feel so strongly about this district. This is our community. I see we are SCUC all over the place, and we are a family. Here, school, everywhere. Matingas, everywhere. We love our community. If there's any way that we could come up with an organization or a group or a function, whether it's volunteer or within the administration of the school, where these children have a voice, where they feel safe to come to our teachers, counselors, or whomever, to have that voice to say, this is what's going on and this is what's really happening in this school. Because what my child comes home and tells me on a weekly, daily basis is disheartening. On top of the fact that he is a multiracial child, so I have to be stronger in the things that I commit him to, in his morals and his values, and the tools that I give him to survive in this world, because it's ugly and it's crazy. So all I'm asking is for an enhancement. Give the kids something that they can go to, a group, a place, a meeting once a week. I don't care what it is. I will volunteer 150 hours a week to do it. But give them a voice, give them their tools, help them, regardless if they're the ones being the problem or being harassed. Because my child got in trouble by a teacher because he was being harassed. It's that, oh, they don't like you, they like you, so they're gonna pick on you thing. This child was being a brat to my kid, and after a while, he finally gave in and called him a name. He got in trouble for calling him that name. shouldn't have gone there, and I gave him a better way of dealing with this child. That child went to his parents and told his parents he was being bullied in school. And so now that parent was up in arms about her child being bullied when he's the one doing the harassing. There is no difference between physical abuse and verbal abuse. And I can tell you that with all certainty. Those scars remain for the rest of your life. And 30 years later, I'm still dealing with those. But I'm a stronger person because I had a great support system. And if I didn't have that support system, I probably would have ended it a long time ago. And I'm glad I didn't, because I went on to serve my country. I went on to raise an amazing child, and I'm glad I did. But they need our help. They need something. So if I can be of help, of any assistance, please let me know what I can do. Thank you.
Thank you for your information and your response. I think it'll be safe to say it'll be taken care of. At this point in time, does any board member, board president have any correspondence? None correspondence. Now we're going to have the presentation of the 2016-2017 fiscal audit presented by Paige Maloney.
Yes, thank you, thank you, Mr. Westbrook, Dr. Gibson, members of the board. This evening, we bring before you the 2016-2017 fiscal audit from Patillo, Brown, and Hill. I'm going to call Miss Angela Verduzco to the podium, and she's going to report on the 16-17 audit. And I'd also like to recognize our finance manager, Angela Machagimba, is also in the audience tonight.
Mr. Pruski, we'll have a discussion with you right quick. I never got the sheet of paper, so I only had 4 speakers, so I apologize if there was any confusion. All right, Ms. Maloney.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Verduzco.
All right, well, good evening. My name is Angela Verduzco. I am a manager at Patillo, Brown, and Hill. Thank you for having me here. We came out during the summer for a week of planning, and during that time, we take a look at controls and processes in place. This year, we spent 3 weeks out here for the audit. During that time, we take a look at source documents to ensure that the financial statements are materially correct. On page 2 of the report, which I believe y'all have, is the opinion letter. Our responsibility is to express an opinion on these financial statements in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards. The district received an unmodified opinion, which is the highest opinion that can be rendered. Page 5 is the start of the management discussion and analysis. And if we go to page 13, that is the statement of activities. The ending net position of the governmental activities at the end of the year was negative $20,473,960, a decrease of 5.3 roughly from the prior year. The negative net position is a result of the net pension liability and debt. On page 17, the general fund has an ending fund balance of $43,674,270, a decrease of $92,659. Total expenditures for the general fund were $115,230,666. Total unassigned fund balance was $37,765,756. On page 17, we also have the other major funds for the year, and those included the debt service fund and the capital projects fund as well. Page 24 is the start of the notes to the report. Additional detail on the district's capital assets and long-term debt can be found in these. The district issued $83,495,000 of unlimited tax school building bonds, Series 2017, for school facilities. And finally, as a part of our audit, we are required to consider internal control in accordance with government auditing standards. Page 64 outlines this letter. We are required to communicate material weaknesses and significant deficiencies if we come across anything. We have nothing to report, so good news. On page 68, it notes the district's federal grant activity. And this is a summary of the total federal grant expenditures. So for the year, there was $7,439,662 for the district. The district had a single audit on the child nutrition cluster for the year. We have no findings to report on this program. Finally, I'd like to thank Angie, Paige, and the rest of the district staff for all their help and work during the course of the audit. It's because of their hard work that we were able to give a clean audit opinion. And that wraps up anything that I had outlined. Do you have any questions? No? Okay. All right, thank you for having me.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, it's an action item. At this point in time, is it going to be, it must be, is there a motion to accept the,
Mr. President, I move the Board of Trustees review and approve the fiscal audit for the year ending August 31st, 2017.
I second.
motion and a second? Is there any discussion? No discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. I think I can count for now. Next, we will have the public hearing on Texas Academic Performance Report presented by Dr. Wood.
Okay, good evening again. This is a requirement that we review the Texas Academic Performance Report, otherwise known as the TAPER report, that we review this annually, and it's typically done in December, just after we've received the results. So that's this requirement that we're taking care of tonight in a public hearing format. I'm going to start off with priority one. I should say that this is lagging data. Most of this data is from 16-17. There is even some data from 15-16. So this definitely is lagging. Also, some of these slides will be very familiar. We just had the TAPER report recently, and some of that is repeated information. So I am going to go through here fairly quickly, just we'll hit the high points. This, as you know, is our priority one goal. The red bar shows our 90%, and you can see the blue trend line is our all students, all tests percentage of met standard. We did have a little dip in 2016. That's the result of adding both star M and star L to our accountability results, and then we're trending back up again with the goal of continuing to stretch upward toward that 90 bar. This is our district report card, the accountability rating, and we have met standard in all areas, as you can see. I do need to note that this system is being completely overhauled. I know you're probably shocked about that. We will be shifting to an A through F system, and TEA is still knitting that together. We will bring more information to you as we receive that. The district should receive a preliminary letter
August, September timeframe. The district will receive a letter. Campuses will not receive any sort of a letter grade until probably next year, and we will get a preliminary letter just to begin with. A point of pride based on this accountability rating is we have 5 campuses that achieved a total of 7 distinctions. We're really proud about that. This distinction delegate designation will also go away with the new accountability system, so we're going to celebrate this as long as we can. Jumping into the attendance information from the taper, we're holding steady at 96. Our goal overall is 97, but we are consistent with both the state and the region. Our STAR reading scores, if you'll look, the bar to the left, the blue bar, represents the state, and comparatively, we are trending above the state in all grades. I do need to note that grade 3 reading in particular is not just a grade 3 assessment. It is really an assessment of our kinder through 3rd grade program. And as you know, we have another goal in our priority 1. So we've been working hard on reading. This is just a different view of the same data. The STAR math, again, that blue bar to the left is the state rate. And as you can see, we actually have 4 areas that have achieved at least in the 90th percentile. So we're pretty proud about that. Just as a reminder, we don't have data 2015 because we had new math standards. So that's why the data looks a little sparse in this graph. STAR writing, we are maintaining with our writing scores. This is definitely a focus with some of the curriculum work that you'll hear about a little later in our meeting. This has been a tough area. We are consistently, we are above the state, but we continue to have some work to do in the area of writing. And again, writing is a measure of our kinder through 4th grade writing program. It's not just a 4th grade measure. STAR Science, we have a little variability. We are maintaining at the 5th grade area, grade 8, and biology. We see some nice scores in the 90s there. Again, this is about Tier 1 instruction, ensuring that science is taught, kinder through 5th grade when we capture that. Science, I would like to point out that science will be a curriculum focus this summer and next year moving forward. Social studies, a couple of notes here. We have the 8th grade social studies test is written on an 8th grade reading level, so our students who struggle with reading potentially could struggle with this 8th grade assessment. But we do need to point out our U.S. history exams, our history scores are really top, and we're very, very proud of that from all 3 of our high school campuses have done a really nice job with that. Advanced, this is a new, this is a little bit of a new measure that will be looked at with the new accountability system. We are looking at those students who have made more than 1 year of progress on their achievement. And we have gotten that distinction across all areas with the exception of writing. Writing still seems to be kind of a stubborn area for us, which we are working on. This will also be important for us moving forward because students who score at the master's level will actually count for our overall accountability in a number of different areas across the board. This is STAR in all grades for reading. These are groups of students who met or exceeded progress in reading. And you can see that our scores we are ahead of the state and the region. We continue to work on this reading throughout all of our grades. We are seeing beginning to see a nice trend upward. This is the STAR exceeded progress. So again, these are students who made more than 1 year of growth in 1 calendar year. And we are consistent with the state and the region and hope to continue to grow that. Math. We are, again, we've done a nice job in math with 71% of our students who've either met and or exceeded progress. Those groups of students have been combined. This is a slide that demonstrates all of our, all grades, all subjects, and it's organized by sub-pop. And you can see we do have a little bit of a downward trend from 16 to 17 in almost all areas across the board. This is our star at satisfactory above or above. This level will be called approaches grade level in the new accountability system, and approaches meets. And this is an area that we need to pay attention to. Special education, economically disadvantaged, and English language learning students. We have a downward trend in all three of those areas. It is an indicator for us with our PBMAS data, and we are very carefully looking at the origins of that and working with our Tier 1 curriculum across the board to support this area. We believe the curriculum work we're doing now will help this, but this is an area that, in terms of our demographics, we are growing in this area with our at-risk population. This shifts into some of our high school data. This is, again, it's the recommended and distinguished graduation plans, which were gone with our 2017 graduates. We're moving forward with House Bill 5 graduation rates, and you can see that given this, we've done quite well compared to the state and the region. This is our advanced dual credit course completion, and this really is just limited to dual credit. This does not capture our AP or our IB classes or students, so you can see we do have a little bit of a lower trend compared to the state or region, but as a district we have kids in dual credit and AP and IB classes, and the way they slice the data doesn't capture that. College ready graduates, this is about our SAT scores, and in ELA and math, and then both subjects combined. It does not take into effect the writing component for the SAT. We believe that this is a part of this is the prep work that we've been doing. This does not include our SAT students who have participated in the SAT day program. Again, this is lagging data. That data will show up with the TABOR report from 2018. This is our ACT, SAT participation. Again, this does not include students who participated in our SAT day. This is probably a number of a percentage of students who have sought out the SAT and ACT on their own. And then our SAT average scores, you see an uptick there. Interestingly, for college readiness, they only look at the reading and the math portion of the SAT, but for the SAT average scores, they take all three, the writing, math, and the reading scores, and you can see those are stretched way above the state and the region. We're proud about that. This is ATC average scores. AB, IB participation, you can see we have a nice uptick relative to the state and the region in this area. And then the last part of the TABOR report is our teacher turnover rate, and that's compared to both the state and the region. And as we know, it's definitely a point of pride that we hire the best teachers, and we retain them because they're engaged, and a lot of that is the work of Ms. Cannon and our HR folks. This is our teacher turnover rate regional comparison with SCUC, the blue bar to the left, and you see that we have one of the lowest rates in the entire area, San Antonio, Bexar County. And this is the state comparison across a number of different years and different school districts. And again, we're nice, we're there. And that, my friends, concludes the TABOR report. Are there any questions?
Any questions from the board? This is also a presentation, so if there's any community members that want to discuss or have a comment on the TABOR report, now's your time to do so. Dr. Petrisky, you can come to the mic. Yes, ma'am.
As soon as the taper reports are made available, actually, I happened to find it before they're made available to the public, and I immediately called people at the Texas Education Agency just to make sure that my interpretation of the results are, if I'm reading them correctly. In particular, I had concern when the issue of letter grades for school districts, A through F, came up, and so I was using this information in conjunction with that, just to make sure, again, that I was reading it carefully and correctly, and the agency said that, yes, I was, actually, that I had a better handle on it than most people did. Particular concern that I show that's trending in the school district is at the elementary level. When they say that districts met standards or campuses meet standards, the standards are so low. You better meet the standard, even much higher. So what I look at then are, okay, how are campuses doing as far as did they earn distinction designations? And that's where the elementary level really concerned me, because none of our elementary schools earn distinctions. And what that turns into is that filters up along the grade levels. Yes, we do have distinctions in some of the campus, but when it's happening at the elementary level, that does not bode well. We seriously need to look at our foundation programs, because it makes it more difficult to succeed once you start transitioning into the upper grade levels. So that was a major concern. I also look at the national merit scholarship programs for the state. And again, I spoke with the Texas Education Agency about this. And when I look at those reports, first I look at the districts, and I look at all the districts in the state, how many national merit scholars they have. And usually it correlates, the number that they have, with what they're doing as far as their foundation programs. And so I base that on that, distinctions. I also notice a trend. You know, the demographer has stated before that we are losing students. We're losing students to homeschooling, private schools, and so forth. I noticed the trend with the National Merit Scholars that you have more homeschooled children, students, that are National Merit Scholars. They usually also score pretty high on the standardized college entry exams. So that's happening. But right now, as far as our districts, the concern I have with how our elementary is trending, lack of distinctions, that's very problematic. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gibson, you want to respond?
Well, the note I was making to myself is to make sure to do a good job in the budget parameter memo about talking about the additional staff and the additional needs that we're talking about needing, and using the tax ratification election in order to shore up our early grade levels. And I appreciate the opportunity to kind of, I guess, say that, because that dot connected to me while we were sitting there talking.
I also just, and testing is important in us comparing, but I do want to go back to one of our belief statements, is that we go beyond, the second to last one, we believe measures of our success go beyond standardized testing. And as an educator, one-day test doesn't always show what every kid knows. And so I think it's important that we obviously, we definitely want to look at this information, but we also don't want to remember a third and fourth grader that's out there taking a standardized test one day of that year.
Any other public comments? Board comments? Nope. Thank you, Dr. Wood. At this point in time, we come to the report on board advocacy. As part of the, as board members, we're expected, we basically do a self-governance, self-check each year. And there's an expectation among board members that we will engage the community so we can increase communication and sort of advocate on behalf of their students, the teachers, and other staff members. And so in that light, we're going to talk about, have each board member talk about any activities they attended. Mr. Pivito.
I, of course, continue to do the watchdog at Green Valley Elementary School, helping out in the cafeteria at lunchtime, and really enjoy that. It's a great time to get around and talk to the kids and see what's going on, and I see a bunch of kids enjoying being in school, so it's good to see. Also had the good fortune of being able to participate in a high-level rounding session at Allison Steele Enhanced Learning Center with Ms. Knox and her staff, and really appreciated their time, and you know, the cooperation that Allison Steele, our third high school, has with Byron Steele High School and Samuel Clemens High School is outstanding. They do a lot of work together, and that helps at both programs, actually, both the high school at Clemens and the high school at Steele with Allison Steele High School. So heard a lot of good things, and I think that program has done a lot of good for our school district and a lot of good for our students who are your non-traditional students. And I always enjoy the graduation with those students every year. It's a wonderful time. So thank you. That's it.
Oh.
Yeah. We just.
Actually, this is my first meeting, so I got a little bit of a slow start, but in the process of getting started, I did attend the Clemens-Judson game back in November. Not quite the way we wanted it to turn out. The kids went out there and played their hearts out and came awful close, so that was a heartbreaker for me. I did have a chance to attend the Tri-County Elected Officials Social, which is a really good opportunity for me to talk to mayors and city council members and others in the area as far as what their concerns are to education, what we're trying to do in the education world. So really, it helps us understand what their thought process is as far as what we can do to help them, and then what their circumstances are. And I also had a chance to attend the combined community advisory committee, which we had a really good showing here for that. And the demographic study really opened my eyes again. After being off for 2 years, I had lost a little bit of information, but I gained the most of it back. So that was really good for me to attend. So hopefully, once I get back in the swing of it, I'll be able to attend a few more things. But at least I got 3 things done in a short month, so I really appreciate that. And also, anything anybody has that I can attend, let me know, because I don't know everything, and if there's something I need to attend, please let me know. So thank you very much.
I attended a rounding at Student Academic Services for elementary, which was great to attend that. I've attended a few school ones, and it was great to attend one at the Student Academic Services. I also was able to, with Mr. Inman, attend the Cibolo Parade and throw some candy out to kids, and that was a great experience as well. And then, of course, attend a few football games.
I also got to attend the Steele High School playoff game. Wasn't the result we wanted, but it was still a great game. Tri-County Chamber Luncheon. I went there and represented us, and that's a great opportunity to meet with the business leaders in the 3 counties. I attended the Cibolo City Council swearing in last week, and that was kind of neat to watch them go through, similar to what we did just earlier this evening. I attended the FFA show this weekend, and I got there in time for the swine show, and that was enlightening. Don't let the tie fool you. I have been around animals and done that in my past. And I attended the Communities and Schools Board meeting this morning.
I went to a few events, but instead of that, I'd like to make 2 quick comments. For me, there's nothing more enjoyable than sitting up here and watching all the recognition that people get, whether it's the students, the principals, the citizens that were recognized. I'd just like to make a quick comment. I thought tonight Jonathan and Morgan did a wonderful job, and I just want to say to Morgan specifically, I have 4 kids of varying age, and I would be honored to have you teach any one of them. Your enthusiasm is just infectious. I mean, it's obvious that is what you were meant to do, so I want to make that comment because I didn't get to make it earlier. And the only other comment I have tonight is they made a comment that Mr. Simmons drinks a gallon of water a day, and I don't see what a big deal is because I drink a gallon of coffee every day, so I don't see what the big deal is, but that's all I have.
It's still water, it's just coffee flavored.
Mr. Carew, and so Morgan, you get the standard response. We'll get you to the interview. We can't give you the job, so that's all right. All right.
Attended quite a few of those things that have already been mentioned, but just a few things in addition. I know Mr. Westbrook and I also went to the City of Schertz swearing-in ceremony, and I think it's really good over the years. We've gotten better relationships with our fellow local public officials, I call them, City of Schertz-Cibolo. I don't think we go to Universal City as much as we should, but I think it's really, really good for us to know them, for them to know us. We obviously have a lot of overlapping things that we do, and that was a great chance for us to visit with some folks. Mr. Westbrook and I also went to the Bexar County School Board Coalition meeting last week. They had it down at Our Lady of the Lake University, and I would encourage other trustees to go to that. Again, that's cross-section of trustees from across the city. Get to know some of our counterparts that we tragically see on the news sometimes, or just folks that we meet through various conferences that we go to, but you get to hear about what they're doing and things that are going on at the local level. One thing I do kind of want to bring up, I thought was interesting. Usually this time of year I get various emails or people run into at HEB and kind of complain about why we're taking Christmas out of our public schools, things like that, or why do we use the word holiday versus Christmas. And anyways, went to my son's holiday performance the other day for Pascal Elementary, and I was kind of surprised. They had several what I call traditional religious-based Christmas songs. They also played songs related to Hanukkah, songs and performances related to Kwanzaa, and I was just I think that's the first time I'd seen that, and I thought that was actually fairly good because certainly the kids came away from that I think a little bit more educated than they would be otherwise. And again, public perception was one thing, but I was glad to see that that's how we were doing it. So.
Yes, also went to the ACOG meeting, Alamo Area Council of Governments, with Gary Inman. We heard the mayor of San Antonio speak. Went to the Go Public, of course, with Gary Inman over at Our Lady of the Lake. I had the opportunity to attend a orchestra at Clemens High School with Mr. Sutton and Jennifer Tudyk. I thought it was amazing. Also, the DOI presentation with Dr. Edwards. We had got to go to a poem reading from Mrs. Cheryl Deal's class, Bridge Builder, but I forgot my glasses, but I was able to do it. Another teacher lent me her glasses. I could actually read, and the students laughed, but it was a fun time. And then a Bridge Builder, and then a Tri-County Luncheon also. And I'm gonna talk to somebody, if y'all don't know, I'm gonna talk to somebody about, on a good night, who put Gary Inman and John together, because they can both speak a long time. So if they have a good month, we'll be here for like 5 or 10 minutes about board activity, board advocacy here. I think they should be at double ends or something.
Just to comment on that, the first thing I did when I got here was you're not going to believe who they set me next to.
Yeah,
well, let me respond to that. No, I'm just kidding. You got Mr. Pivotal down there.
Yeah, yellow and red card. We do have a long agenda tonight, so if there's no objection, we'll take a 5-minute break, return at, let's just say 7:45.
We have 16 discussion items to cover sometime between now and midnight.
Thank you.
emphasized item number 4, the rezoning, which is queued up, the designation of DOI, the superintendent's evaluation, the culture of voting resolution, and the group health as the primary discussion items tonight. Now, based on that, I just advise staff, and this is mainly for the purposes of the other trustees, that the other items are important, but to feel free to be brief and to hit the overview, and then to see if there are any questions, as our protocol is that we're just introducing an item and then making it available for comment before considering it for action. So having said that, we'll start with the curriculum audit findings with Dr. Wood, and then we're going to proceed through the other 15 items. I think I see what you're saying. Just do it from right there. That's fine. So we'll do the ones that I called out from the podium. We'll do the other ones from your desk, if that's okay with everybody. That's great. That's a really good idea. Do it from right there.
Okay. So we, in a nutshell, after our audit, we had 14 findings and 8 recommendations. So I'll just quickly just read a snippet of the recommendation and then just go through the actions. The first one was to just ensure clarity with our planning. We have aligned district annual action plan, strategic plan scorecard, district improvement plan, all of those pieces. The next one was about board policies. We brought board policies forward in October. We are now working on regulations. The third and fourth recommendation from the audit were to develop a curriculum management plan and a standardized instructional model. The key are opportunities. The key for us is to reduce variability and get internal consistency across both horizontally and vertically with our curriculum. And so we have included principals, we've included teachers. We have 156 teachers who've been a part of creating a focus for our curriculum. With regard to English language arts and math, we now have focused planning guides, which is essentially a roadmap for curriculum and instruction for our teachers. We have multiple opportunities for staff to provide feedback about those documents to make them better. And again, they're teacher created from the get-go, which is probably the best professional development we could have ever even designed. So we have multiple feedback loops. We also have, for the instructional model, we've created an instructional model team, which again are teachers across every content area, every grade level, for a total of about 35 folks. They're doing action research to come up with our SCUC instructional model, which will be what we believe needs to be in classrooms across all of our district, regardless of the content. Things like student voice, embedded technology, Kagan strategies, differentiation, acceleration for our students with gifts and talents. We also have one of the big recommendations was to standardize our universal screening process and align interventions with a consistent progress monitoring tool. This speaks directly to our at-risk population and how we serve them. And so understanding what those students need and getting that intervention to them quickly and then progress monitoring along the way is critical. And so we're pushing forward with a bid for down the line for some universal screener pieces there. So finally, we were recommended that we have a tighter data analysis tool. Again, this is about progress monitoring, knowing what students need and when we need to intervene, and progress monitoring throughout. And so this is something that we've worked with our instructional model team and our data coordinator, Dana Garza. We also need to develop, recommendation 7 is we need to develop a comprehensive professional development plan. SCUCU 17 was our first attempt to sort of get professional development really up and running, and that was a major collaborative effort with technology, special education, with folks around the table here. That's a point of pride for sure. We also have 4 foundational courses that we've emphasized this year to just make the curriculum and instructional progress that we needed to with just English language arts and reading. The last recommendation was to design and implement a comprehensive curriculum-driven budget. So we are working closely with Paige Maloney and the finance office to hopefully create a process where we can work on curriculum documents during the summer, during some kind of a curriculum summer camp, so that we're not taking teachers out of the classroom to do this work, because it's critical we have them, but also having a time that's devoted just to the curriculum and instructional process. And that concludes the 8 recommendations and our actions thus far.
So what, Mr. Westbrook, what I might recommend is there, you know, that, and I appreciate the brevity, okay, that's 5 years of work and, you know, probably, I don't know, 80,000 clock hours that were just summarized there. Maybe somewhere between 80,000 and probably 200 or 300,000 hours. So what we might do, because, I mean, in that world, you can just get lost forever, as we know. So we're going to find a methodology, and I think you've got some good summary level documents that we've looked at the Team 1 level to start putting in the board update, and just keep those reports, and we'll find a way to stoplight it so you all just know where we are. And then at any time a trustee wants a piece of that out or pulled out over the next few years to be considered at the board level, then we'll put it on an agenda, if that sounds okay. And then we may just set up one time a year. We'll pick the right month, and we'll do one report one time a year. Otherwise, we'll just keep feeding it into the board updates and letting you guys monitor progress, if that sounds okay.
Yes.
Dr. Gibson, if I may, one of the things to remind about this is that, yes, we had the audit just last year, but this has actually been a 2 or 3 year process just to get to this point, and exploring options for looking at curriculum audits and those type of things. And it was interesting, we were sharing that with a campus today during a campus continuous improvement visit, and we were kind of talking about the journey. And as you said, you know, it's 3 or 4 or 5 years once you get the data, but there was a couple of years planning and processing before we even got to the point to where we could get the audit results. So it has been almost a 2 to 3 year journey thus far, and we have some years to go. So this is a long process, but in the end, it's going to be very beneficial for our kids.
So let me, if I may, I was looking this way. Is everybody okay with kind of the outline I laid out? Does that sound all right?
Yeah, the outline was good. I would say that I don't know how they're going to incorporate, because we have the TRE discussion coming up and how the curriculum-based budget, make sure that, I guess they're sort of integrated. So we know how your curriculum-based budget approach is going to happen with the TRE and how it will all integrate, you know, moving forward.
That's a really good point. So what Ms. Maloney and I, and Dr. Wood doesn't know this, but we were talking about laying out the superintendent areas of focus and quantifying that with a projected or potential dollar value. So that would pick that up. Okay. That would be in that list. And that's a really good connection you just made.
If I may, I do have one thing I'd like to go back to, and it comes out of the TAPA report. And the one thing I noticed is our writing at the lower levels are in not that great, and also our commended level is not there either. And I'm wondering how you're going to get your foundation programs up to speed, considering the legislature pushed down a couple of years ago our curriculum down to lower grades. How are we going to make that difference up over the next few years? I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but every year that goes by is another class that comes and goes. They come out of one grade, they go to the next one, and within 12 years, that cohort is gone. So, you know, I haven't been here for the last 2 years, but I was here 10 years before that, and I've seen testing go through this state like water over a cliff. Every time you turn around, they're changing the testing requirements, they're changing the testing model. How are y'all going to keep up with it? And then now they're pushing the curriculum down to the lower grades. How can we as a school district, and how can the teachers figure out what needs to be taught? How can we get the resource to them? Then how can we track that and then be able to tell the parents or the public, yeah, we're tracking this correctly. When every time we turn around, the testing is different, the reporting is different, the requirements are different. I mean, it's worse than trying to blow Jell-O on a hurricane. I mean, you can't eat that. I mean, how can you do that? And then something is going to have to give. And I think what's giving is our foundation program, those lower grades, kindergarten, first, second, and third. If we lose them there, we lose them. They don't catch up. And so how are we going to make sure that we get the money down to those lower grades, that we can track those kids at the earlier grades and make sure those kids are ready to go when they get to those testing grades, and even in the high school, because it looks like we're already losing them to some degree. We're not getting the achievements, we're not getting anything else. So how do we get those kids back? How do we make sure those kids that can do it are getting that? I'm not sure how to do that, but I'm asking the question because it sounds like that the legislature doesn't want us to succeed. They don't want to be able to figure out how we can succeed. How do we make sure those kids get the education they need to be good, productive citizens in the 21st century? It is technology, it is all those things, but how do we get there? And I'm not sure, I'm not saying any of us know how to get there, but that's something we need to focus on. Because we lose them in the first 4 grades, we've lost them. And how do we get them? How do we get those resources down to that level? I'm concerned about that.
I love the comment of getting the resources to that level. And then Mr. Finley just earned the curriculum audit summary. It will be sent to you because it just dawned on me you haven't had a chance to read it yet. And everything you just described is really close to what that audit was all about. I'm trying to get that laid out. And here we go, we're just beginning. So we will get you a summary of that. It just hit me that we'll give you the executive summary of it as a starting place.
Well, I'm a little bit of a slow reader, so I'll get through it.
You'll have the whole holidays,
Well,
Mr. Family. That's right.
Well, and I've got 3 reasons. One, I have a kindergarten teacher for a daughter, and I have 2 grandsons coming up.
Right.
Yep.
So I'm invested big time. So I want to make sure that when they get there that
I'm going
they're going to have a good
to
education.
connect a dot here, just some of the things that have been said tonight, hopefully in way of concluding this, and that, what we're hearing is, and the rounding themes that will now be embedded in the budget parameter memo is that in addition, and then, we heard a little bit of this tonight, that in addition to a really elaborate curriculum and all these requirements, that today's world is different with kids with regards to social and emotional needs. And we're not in that game. And we got to get in that game, and getting in that game takes resources.
Any further discussion? Go to the next one.
Yep. Your pace, sir.
Yep. December 2017 report, construction update, Mr. Pruski and Mosley. Is there a discussion? Who does the update? They arm wrestle? Okay. Then.
Mr. Mosley, so I'm going to turn it over to him.
Thank you, Mr. Brisky. Good evening, President Westbrook and members of the board, and Dr. Gibson. We're going to make this quick. I'm going to hit the highlights for Rose Garden this evening. We've seen that. You can see 64% complete on the project. Completion is projected for August 2018. This has not changed except for the bottom line down there you see. Floor prep and grinding is going on, so we're getting some of our polished floors on that campus. That's a big step for us there. You've seen the rendering before. Site plan. This is the discovery zone. This is the back of the campus looking forward, continuing with the CMU and closing in that campus. This is the playground. So you can see again on the right over there, some of the CMU walls going up over there. You can see the shiny things that looks like blue. That's ductwork going up for our mechanicals. Here you get a view of what the brick looks like. So you can see the light colored brick for the accent, and then the little bit darker red brick. This is also still on the back of the campus. You're looking at on the left over there, that is the back of the cafeteria. Seeing some color inside, some painting. So we've got watermelon and goldenrod. 2-week look ahead is the project is continuing to run very well. All the trades are moving throughout the building, so it's just more of the same. The biggest thing that we've added at this point is that we are getting some more painting inside, and then the brick outside, and then the polished concrete floors. All right, Mr. Pruski.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward, we have the Clemens project now at 23% complete. Moving along on there, the item now is closing up and trying to get this CTE building ready for students, and it will be ready on January 9th for students. So we are moving at present now, we're moving staff and materials in the building as it goes now. The only thing that is hampering our forward progress there is this wet stuff out there, because we were doing asphalt and concrete work for walking around the building. So it's a little muddy, but we will get there eventually. The sun will shine, I know it because it happens before. So on the ongoing activities, so I mentioned the CTE building, the front admin on the bottom right, classroom and front admin, you can see that from L-Bell is progressing nicely. The steel going up and starting with those rough ends and the metal stud wall framing. The event center, just for vernacular, just to let you guys know, it's the event center coming forward would be the downstairs locker rooms and upstairs choir and dance rooms, along with that main entry there, and then to the left, the auxiliary gym. So these are our next 3 blocks moving forward. Just now some pictures. There's the almost finished CTE building, estimated completion January 8th, and this will be uploaded onto our website later on this week. What did I put on there? It is 18. That is a mistake there. Thank you. What happened there? Anyway, I had all those eyes on me today. Nobody caught that. Here's an interior look of the CTE building and the woodworking lab. So you can see big open space, a lot different than what we've had. Here is the welding lab. Enough said there on the northeast parking lot. And now this is a almost clear view of all the activity going on working across. So here is the new auxiliary gym coming across. This is the grand entry along with the aforementioned locker rooms and choir and dance. And now we're getting ready here to start the pouring and the slab work for the auditorium. So as you can see, we're kind of moving around now doing that circle. Here's the front view, and then the auxiliary gym. So basically 2-week look ahead moving forward, the main focus being CTE building. So with the support of district staff and contractor moving, the furniture move in and the employee move in, so that when they return January 8th, it's kind of an unpacking and here we go. And then moving forward on the event center and classrooms, what I went through there. HVAC replacement.
No changes with HVAC.
Waiting until roughly, we're going to remove this item from the construction update because it's at a pause right now until April, May when
It'll be April, May before we start making some more ground on the second phase of the project.
So it is at the halfway point, 49% complete, but we can't do anything again till the next summer. So we're going to be just stuck there. So we might just have this cover page just as a reminder. There's the schedule again, summer 1 and summer 2 being complete in August of 2018. And then with technology, moving forward with network infrastructure, phone replacement, and classroom technology, we're about 5% complete with Combs Consulting coming on to manage onto their side. So looking at about a 3-year project. And then a monthly look ahead, going through on the phone replacement, confirming the number of phones needed, developing the phone specs, as well as the infrastructure for the network, developing the specifications for equipment, and then working with our purchasing department with one of the many RFPs that are in the queue. And then on the panel replacement with Combs, walk in the classrooms throughout the district. There it is. Any questions? Okay. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Pruski. Next, we have a,
Is that all right?
yes.
So then Mr. Westbrook's going to read the report required on the next one. And I just want to point out for everyone, let me make sure I'm at the right item. Yeah, annual announcement. So update 109, which just came out, is in the midst of changing some of the rules. Our best understanding right now is that we will only be reporting board continuing education every other year. And it will, because it's predicated on election cycles, one of the things that's problematic with that is that if we follow this description to the letter of the law, we would have to make the announcement prior to the TASB convention, which makes no sense because the TASB convention is the primary vehicle for trustees to get their continuing education. So we've already lodged that question mark, back to the state legislature that this doesn't work for November elections. So we'll see what happens. Now, having said all of that, that's 2 years off. So tonight we have the report as best we believe it reflects current law, notwithstanding the things that I just said that are in Update 109 that the state's now working on the complications with that. But that prepared statement does satisfy the current law. Mr. Westbrook.
All right, thank you. This is a report item. Board member continuing education credit supports all aspects of the district strategic plan and may be specific to certain priorities depending on the subject matter of the training. Tier 1 training, all board members completed update to the Texas Education Code training within the reporting period except for Mark Wilson, who was an outgoing trustee, and John. But however, I would note that Ms. Carew was deployed to Puerto Rico in the support of the hurricane activity and unable to complete the update training prior to October 17, 2017. He will be rescheduled to complete training with the Region 20 in January or February of 2018.
And just for those of you that are here, he was literally in the car driving to the convention and said, I'm going to Puerto Rico, I can't make it, can you cancel the hotel? So if y'all want to know how that shook out. And so, and I said, have fun, and he just said, ha, 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 but we got him taken care of, but that's kind of how that worked. So we'll get him caught up. Thank you for serving our country.
Thank you, John. Tier 2 training, all board members completed Tier 2 training, team building within the reporting period, and Tier 3 training. All board members met or exceeded Tier 3 continuing education hours for the reporting period except for Mark Wilson, but he was an outgoing trustee. Next, we have the discussion rezoning of elementary attendance zones presented by Mr. Pettis and Mr. Pruski.
While they're coming to the podium, this is just a reflection of kind of the first information that will become public hearing information, but we wanted the trustees to see it before it went out to the public. Okay, that's all.
This is a high overview of this. It has the opportunity for diving in, but as a discussion item for the board, if there's questions. With the opening of Rose Garden, that is triggering an elementary rezone. So Mr. Perez and Brent Alexander, the school district strategy, are here to present. We can go very high level, and if there's any questions that are needed as we dive in there if need be. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Perez and Brent, and we'll go from there.
So just before we start with the presentation, just to kind of give you an update on what we've done so far. We have met with a number of committees, Community Advisory Committee, Combined Community Advisory Committee. Can you share this information?
Mr. Pettis, is your mic on?
Okay.
Yes.
So anyway, we've shared this information with a number of committees. Again, Combined Community Advisory Committee, Team 1, and cabinet members. We've also created a feedback page that it's located on our main website. And so we have a number of meetings already that we've scheduled. After Brent finishes up the presentation, if you have any questions, we can then move on and talk about what's next on the process.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. First of all, let me say, Mr. Westbrook and members of the board, Dr. Gibson, thank you for having me here tonight. I know that most of you have seen this at the CIC meeting, so I'm going to quickly move through it, but it's exciting to see the progress being made on the new Rose Garden Elementary. The new school is located in the current Watts attendance zone, so requiring a rezoning process. As you saw in the demographic study, the builders and developers continue to put new lots on the ground, and the district is continuing to see 700 to 800 new homes every 12 months. So in reaction to that, we have taken a look at the capacity at the existing elementaries to see if some of that space can be utilized to help some of the growth areas. One of the things that I've highlighted is that the State Highway 78 corridor and the FM 18 southern part down close to I-10 and south of I-10, those are new growth areas that are opening up. A lot of so there's 1,500 lots on the ground and a record 1,033 lots under development. and another 6,300 lots planned behind that. So with Rose Garden, the new building adding at least 500 new seats. You can see there the current enrollment of 534. We talked about how we could use additional space at some of the campuses like Pascal and at Watts to help Schertz Elementary in Wiederstein and Green Valley. So the process involves mapping the elementary students and noting where the dual language students are, looking at the major geographic areas within the district, and as I mentioned, using the capacity from the existing schools. So this slide here is a summary of all the proposed changes. Basically what you see here is that the Wiederstein attendance zone has over 2,000 lots in the current zone. So the new zones will use capacity at Watts to help give Wiederstein some more capacity to handle some of the additional growth that's planned there along north of 78 and along FM 1103. It would move some of what is currently the southern Wiederstein areas, in particular the subdivisions down on the east side of 1518 into the Rose Garden zone, again helping Wiederstein with more capacity. Moving the Live Oak Hills subdivision into the Pascal zone, that helps Green Valley gains a few more seats, and making some changes to moving the Rhine Valley area and the area south of Cibolo Creek there in the center to the new Rose Garden zone. Gives Watts the ability to take in more of the new developments, in particular Red River Ranch that's located there south of 78, and the Venado Crossing deal, which will be on the far east side of the district, which is scheduled to come online in 2019. So what you see here impacts, we estimate 161 students all total from the new changes. There's 535 students that would move from the current Rose Garden into the new, but the additional changes impacts another 2.8% of the students at the pre-K through 4 level. The next couple slides show the projected enrollments for the next 10 years. The ones that have the green arrows, those are schools that have changes that are being proposed. Note that Green Valley would allow it to absorb more of the Saratoga subdivision as it finishes out. The Pascal numbers should end up being closer to 700, 680 to 700, but again, below max capacity. The Rose Garden zone we expect to be opening around 640 next year. It could be higher depending on how popular it is with home buyers and with people in the district that are currently that don't have their kids enrolled. But you can see with the additional seats and the proposed changes, Rose Garden has room to absorb the growth down there into the southern part of the district for at least out to the 2024 time period. The Schertz zone would gain a few more seats, keeping it level around 780 going forward. The Watts attendance zone would fall back next year, but as the subdivisions come online there in the 78 corridor, it will continue to grow over the next 10 years. And then more importantly, Wiederstein can drop back from 800 students, which is well over capacity, back to 700, and then would basically be, it would grow as the city of Cibolo approves projects like the Gilbert Track and the Kohler-Veazey tracks that remain near the school. And the process going forward involves public hearings from this point forward. Mr. Perez, do you want to comment on that?
Yes. We do have a public forum scheduled in January. Of course, we come back to the board for an action item. And again, the idea is to gather feedback from the community in addition to our webpage that is available online. That page has this PowerPoint presentation as well as a feedback form that anyone can access.
Are there any questions that I can answer regarding this presentation or the demographic update?
I've got one. Excuse me. Can you back up, I think, one slide? You said that Watts is going to have continued growth through the end of the decade, and yet those numbers don't indicate that. This literally is going to top out in 2024 and start to drop back down after 2024. So you're going to have additional capacity after 2024 for other schools not to have to take up that much slack. Looks like Wiederstein's going to be grossly over capacity. Very effective it is already. So I'm not sure how we're going to get Wiederstein down and not adversely affect Watts. And then you also got, I'm not sure how, can you back up one more slide? And then you've also got Rose Garden's going to take in a lot of kids, but that's not going to be at capacity till at least, 2026. So you've got a gap in there of about 3 years where you're going to be really over at Rose Garden, and yet the other ones are going to be also under. So it sounds like this is not really being moved to efficiently use the schools. And you also got to remember too, we're probably going to have at least one more school, maybe two, before we get around to 2027. So all these numbers are going to be relative to what we have on the ground right now, and not what we're going to have on the ground in 10 years. So you're running the numbers, and I understand the numbers are what we have on the ground right now, but with additional elementary schools coming online, these attendance zones are going to be very subjective, in my opinion, as far as how we're going to get maximum usage out of our schools. You got kids that are going to be coming from beyond 78 trying to get across to Watts, which is not an easy task at any time of the morning or night. And it just seems like we're moving kids south of 78 when Rose Garden should be able to take care of most of that going forward for the next number of years without having to move all those kids out of south of 78 across 1518 to get them into school at Watts, which is, sorry to say, that's a long, bloody way to get there. So these numbers, to my way of thinking, just simply don't add up as far as going forward, because we're not taking into consideration that we're going to have additional elementary schools in the next 10 years. I can guarantee it. So I think we need to look at this and come back and say, okay, how do we maximize the use of Rose Garden right now and minimize the use of Watts and Wiederstein to make sure that we can take care of those subdivisions that are going to be coming in on this side of 78 and maximize that usage. I mean, if there's another way, I'd like to see it, because I just don't see it.
I think the issue is going to be, the majority of the growth is going to be 1518 and not going towards Watts Elementary. It's going to be going towards Rose Garden Elementary, the new Rose Garden Elementary.
Right.
And if you start looking at, you can move students every year. And I think that's the thing you have to look at is what can we do to move students one time and not 3 times or 4 times. And that's the problem you have when you start trying to level schools out to where they're fairly equal. That's just not going to happen, and especially in a fast growth school district like we have. And especially with the growth that looks like it's coming down 1518. You've got to have to leave some room at Rose Garden Elementary for future growth. Watts is going to pick up a few kids, but Watts is pretty much landlocked other than what they might pick up from a couple of the other, what is it, Wilson Preserve? Is that the one that might be going there? That sort of thing. So what is the projection for students per household at Wilson Preserve? It's like 0.4 or something like that? Yeah, so, and how many homes are going to be in that community?
Well, that subdivision is built out.
Okay.
What you are saying is true. You're going to have to let this play out some. You have other pieces of land that you will make strategic decisions when to open. The housing market is growing fast enough that you will need to add another school to, as on the facility timeline, as we've talked about for many years now, in particular in the Northeast, for Cibolo Valley and Sipple. You also will have Wiederstein, but what we are trying to do is help the Wiederstein zone with the move with those subdivisions south of Watts. Now, the D.R. Horton subdivision at Red River Ranch is well under development. That's 300 homes, so they're going to move straight from Saratoga into that neighborhood. So what we have been looking at is Wiederstein growing to over 1,000 kids. So you all can make that decision, but what we're trying to do is help use existing capacity to get you all to the next school. And yes, when that next school does come online, you will have to reconsider what the boundaries look like. But that's the reality of a growing district.
Can I just add that the new campus, of course, is in the Watts attendance zone. So, we're taking a big chunk of that. And so we also have to maximize what we have over Watts, and that's where that south of 78 comes in.
Okay, go back to the map if you would.
Additionally, in our history, just as a reminder, and I know I'm speaking of the historical of the district here, the moment we open up a brand new spanking campus, it takes roughly 2 to 3 years before we're full. So with the anticipation of that 1518 South 78 zone in there, and we already know there's housing development on the other side of 10 moving north on 1518, it's something to keep in mind. I just wanted to reiterate that when they see the new schools, all of a sudden it's the hot ticket. So.
Oh, I know. Same things happen every time we built steel out there 10 years ago or 15 years ago, and look what 1103 did. So the historical perspective I'm well aware of. I'm just looking at that Watts attendance zone that's sitting out there, and 78 is a natural barrier. So we're going to have buses going out there. We're going to have trying to get back and forth across at 1103 at 1518 to get back over up to.
They're
Yes,
going
sir.
to Wiederstein right now.
Yeah, we're doing that right now, sir. Right now, if you look at the current attendance zone, certainly the Wiederstein goes all the way down 1518, following the creek, south of I-10. So we have run numbers on distances, yes, we are gonna add some miles there on that Watts attendance zone. That's gonna even out, because if you look at the new campus, and we're right now, if you're south of I-10, going all the way up to Wiederstein, now we're going down to the new Rose Garden campus. So we are looking and tracking that pretty closely.
So under this map, fewer students would cross 78 by bus.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hey, you said, this is for Ms. Perez, that you already, I know you have some public meetings scheduled, but you already have a Facebook page or a website with some feedback that people can leave feedback.
Yes, sir.
What is the overall, and I know anytime you do rezoning, it's gonna be a hot topic.
Right.
I would assume some people would say it's great because it's closer and I got a brand new campus, and
Yes.
others are probably complaining that, now they have to go to a different school, but what's the overall?
Right now, we're really just getting individual questions, some questions regarding transportation, and very specific on certain areas. We don't have a theme yet, and we haven't received any concerns from the cities as well. So, yes, but again, right now at this point, they're very individualized questions.
Okay.
Really, and the purpose of them was to capture it once those public meetings began. I mean, it's not that it's not important so
Right.
far, but it was to give a vehicle once we start really laying it out in the public.
And we're answering those questions as they come in, so.
Yeah, I just didn't know if it was already one way people are very happy or one way people are very upset, or if it's even that hot of a topic yet.
I wouldn't call it that it's hot of a topic yet, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, so, questions would be, an example would be, are we providing transportation, for those that live across 1518? Yes, it's a hazardous area, so we will provide transportation. Those are the kind of questions that we're getting.
So the board's not being asked to vote on this, obviously, because of this, we're just showing you what we're taking to the public. If the board wanted to, we could come back to a workshop setting and let some of the new trustees look at the numbers again a time or two. We'd have to shift the timeline because we've got, I think, January 9, we start pretty soon on public. I'm going to just ask this in front of everybody, knowing full well I'll hear about it tomorrow, but what's the, if we moved it, how far out could those hearings go and not just like tank the whole
Yes,
process?
sir.
I think that's Dr. Edwards, a timeline of curriculum regarding this and the staffing.
So
We were trying to
February,
finish.
we would need to
this.
get started because it would need to be finished because we've got to staff it. We've got to tighten up the things related to staffing. So we could do a 30-day push, and that's going to put us in a little bit of a bind, but it's not going to throw us all the way over the cliff. 30-day push? Well, if we were going to, there's at least one trustee that's questioning, do we want to come back to a board workshop to say this is the map that we want to, the board wants to let us release to the public?
Would it make more sense, and this is just me thinking, to get the feedback from the public and then come back and kind of see the direction that, or maybe suggestions or comments and things, and then have a workshop?
Yeah, it's kind of chicken or egg. You know, we want to put our best foot forward based on the data, information, and the feedback from our committees over the last 24 months. You know, that's, and so we want to, and we generally try, and I'm sure Brent's been in some districts where you put an A, a B, and a C up there, and then it winds up being just which map is closest to my house is the one I love. And so we've tried to just do one map based on a lot of feedback. So I guess I appreciate that, and it's up to the board. I think we could do a 30-day.
Since I'm the one raising the objection, I'd be amiable to go ahead and put this out to the public and see what public feedback we get. And if we get a negative public feedback, then we can always come back. But we should have a pretty good idea by the end of January at this point in time what kind of feedback we're going to get from the public. So if the public comes back and has no, major heartburn, then I'll definitely go ahead and go forward. But if it comes back with heartburn, then we can certainly go down that road.
Yeah, and those hearings on the step-by-step in the board packet are January 9, January 11, January 16, and January 18. So pretty fast when we come back. That's why it's on the agenda tonight, to make sure the board's aware.
So we would decide by the last public forum, January 22nd, whether we...
No, we were just going to be gathering feedback at all of those and then bringing it back at the February board meeting.
At the January, I thought we needed to do something the 29th.
Well, currently it's on the January action
It's
item.
on the action item, exactly.
Yes.
So we need to decide by the end of January 22nd whether this is going to even be an action item on our workshop.
Well, I see what you're saying, yeah.
January 22nd.
Yep.
That good enough for you, Mr. Finley?
Absolutely, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Let's move forward to discussion, designation as this District of Innovation. Dr. Damon Edwards.
Thank you, President Westbrook, Dr. Gibson, members of the board. A couple of pieces in this. I'm going to pull something up while we're... the first part of this has to do with the final vote that's scheduled in January. This is a discussion action only tonight. We'll bring it back for anticipated action in the January board meeting. But per House Bill 1842, once the district adopts a resolution, holds a public hearing, and determines a committee, that committee then will go forth and develop a plan. Once that plan is developed, there will be a public meeting. The committee will have a public meeting. That's been done as well. Following the public meeting, there will be a committee vote that's taken place. With the majority vote, the next step is to post the plan for 30 days, send a letter to the commissioner, informing them of the plan to vote, or the board's plan to vote, and then the board voting on the plan for the final action of that process. So again, this is the vote is a discussion only. The vote on the plan is a discussion only item tonight. It is an anticipated action date for January of 2018. With that being said, we want to take the time to share some information as it pertains to the public hearing and the plan itself. There are some guests that we have here tonight that are going to help, and you can see there the name, myself, Ms. Che, Pam Scholl, a teacher at Still High School, Deanna Jackson, Ms. Arvin, a teacher at Wilder Intermediate, Letitia Server, a parent, and Sherry Slother, a principal at Rose Garden. We're going to share with you the plan that has been developed. We'll go through this pretty quick, especially this first part. These are things you've seen. What guided us was the mission, vision, and values of our district. You see at the top what we'd like for everybody to keep in mind, and what we kept in mind throughout the process is what was the DOI plan about? What was the district innovation plan about? It wasn't about a particular calendar. It wasn't about a particular start date. It was about local control, flexibility, autonomy, and empowerment. It definitely aligns with the last belief statement of we believe public education is defined by the local community with limited state involvement. So again, you'll see that throughout, and we want that to resonate throughout the process as well. We reflected on our core competencies. What drove us were our beliefs. We talked a little bit about, and to share again, for those that may not know, in the spring of 2015, the 84th Legislature adopted House Bill 1842. This allowed public school districts to develop as a district, to seek designation as a district of innovation, to have some flexibilities as pertaining to the plan. What it focused on was greater local control and educational decision-making, increased flexibility and autonomy from state mandates, and empowerment to be creative and plan differently for local districts. Some of the things that are allowable through this, as far as what's defined as innovativeness or innovation, school calendar, instruction, governance, curriculum, parent-community involvement, and other areas. And you'll see especially those first two throughout this presentation and throughout the conversation. So again, it actually started with one of the superintendent's areas of focus that the board approved, I believe, last spring or in the summer. That led us to the process that we were seeking as a discussion item for the designation of District of Innovation. We've taken that to DIC, to Team 1 for conversations in regards to the superintendent's areas of focus. I believe that was shared at convocation with the entire staff as well. We've had discussions with the executive leadership team. We brought it back to the trustees, to you all in October for consideration. We held a public hearing at that same time, and a committee was formed. The committee was formed of teachers, non-teachers, parents, community members, business members, and district leadership. We've met several times over the course of the last few months. We held a public hearing and voted on the plan. The plan passed with a 96% approval. The next steps would be sending a letter to the commissioner informing them of the board's plan to vote, the board voting on the plan, and then sending a letter to the commissioner designating SCUCISD as a District of Innovation, also posted on the calendar for 30 days. Just real quick, again, there's some provisions as far as it may not exceed 5 years. There's a process for it to be amended, rescinded, or renewed, and it would go back to the DOI committee as well as the board to vote of any modifications on that. So there's some measures there to ensure that it doesn't just change. And we would use the form developed by the commissioner to share that information. Limited to one district innovation plan at a time. It runs for 5 years and shall be posted on the district website for 5 years. And to rescind it or to basically say you don't want to do it anymore, you'd have to notify the commissioner and when you would fall back in line and in compliance with the TEA provisions or the statutes that you were seeking exemption on. Prohibited items include the following that you see on the list there. The things that are allowable, and what you'll see tonight is educator certification, local control and teacher evaluations, first and last day of school, length of school day, etc. Since 2015, the number of districts that have completed this process has grown to over 651. And if you think there are about 1,100 districts in the state of Texas, over half of them in 2 years have taken advantage of this, and not all of the 1,100 are eligible for this designation. Some of the districts that we've looked at and studied, as well as those around here, Alamo Heights and San Antonio. Dr. Gibson and I attended a forum last week or the week before at the Service Center about District of Innovation. They had 3 districts in the area presenting, and there were probably 8 to 10 other area districts in Region 20 that were there. When they asked how many have either turned in a plan or plan on it, I think all 8 to 10 of those also raised their hand and that they were seeking this designation plan for local control and flexibility as well. We provided some information on the TEA website there. Interesting, top 10 exemptions in DOI across the state. What's bolded are areas that we've also sought exemption in, but you can see first day of instruction, teacher certification. The list goes down to local control and teacher evaluations. With that being said, I would like to invite up Ms. Che and Ms. Scholl, a teacher at Steele, to share the next part of the presentation.
Good evening. The first area exemption that the District Advisory Committee considered was educator certification, specifically career and technical education in the highly specialized and hard-to-fill areas. Currently, the statute reads that the Texas Education Code 21.003 states, "A person may not be employed as a teacher by a school district unless the person holds appropriate certification or permit issued as provided." And Texas Education Code 21.057 states, "A school district that assigns an inappropriately certified or uncertified teacher to the same classroom for more than 30 consecutive instructional days during the same school year shall provide written notice of the assignment to a parent or guardian of each student in that classroom." We as the committee met and we determined some challenges that we were facing under this statute, and the current challenges we felt we faced were that the traditional certification requirements under the Texas Education Code are not always aligned with the realities of the current education employment environment and the need to hire industry certified experts to teach certain course offerings, particularly CTE or highly specialized hard-to-fill areas. The lack of ability for the district to hire the most qualified individuals to teach these courses has created challenges in the offering of these choices in these areas to meet the needs of the students and our community.
So as we stated before, these exemptions are to give our district local control, flexibility, autonomy, and empowerment in these areas. And some of the challenges, as you can see noted here in the bullets, we've not always been able to offer courses where certified teachers are not available. For example, in the past, we were not able to offer a certified nursing assistant course because we couldn't find someone who's also teacher certified. Experienced people can't always get hired without the certification. Sometimes it's difficult finding dual credit teachers with the master's and the certification. Competition with charter schools, sometimes foreign language certifications. Can be a lack of highly qualified staff for innovative courses. And lack of teachers with specialized certifications, such as even in the area of welding. And the inability to hire subject matter experts for some of our specialized courses.
The committee developed a rationale for this exemption, and it's the following. SCUCISD will continue to seek traditionally certified candidates for all teaching positions. However, for CTE courses or highly specialized areas for which traditionally certified candidates are not identified, the district will recruit instructors with the appropriate qualifications or industry certifications or experience in the field of need. The district will develop industry or minimum required qualifications for persons hired for such positions and will identify required professional development. After thoroughly vetting candidates for hire, SCUCISD will consider the instructors hired for these positions to be appropriately qualified and will not need to provide additional special notification to parents of students in their classes that the instructor does not hold a traditional teaching certification. This innovation has the potential to enrich applicant pools in specialized course offerings and afford more students the opportunity to take courses if state-certified teachers are not available to teach those courses. The current expectations should be maintained and a dedicated effort should be made to hire individuals with appropriate certifications or a certified teacher to teach a subject in a related field for which he or she is not credentialed by the state. However, when that's not reasonably possible, a non-certified individual or industry expert is more highly qualified, flexibility to hire the more qualified individual should be exercised. The campus principal may submit a request to the superintendent to allow a non-certified yet highly qualified professional to teach a CTE course or a certified educator to teach a subject in a related field for which he or she is not credentialed by the state. The principal must specify in writing the reason for the request and document what qualifications the individual possesses to teach the proposed course.
So as you can see, we'd still be looking first at certified teachers who have that industry certification as well as a teaching certification. However, then we'd have the second option to develop and look at the criteria that would ensure that those individuals are qualified to teach the course. It would allow us to widen our applicant pool and recruitment, as well as we would continue to use our first and second year teacher professional development training programs to support these individuals to ensure that they are highly qualified and ready to be teaching in our classrooms with our students. It would ensure that the career pathway is not interrupted for students if we have a teacher who's in those areas that leaves and then trying to find a replacement. Also allows students that are getting that high school credit access to specific pathways. And we currently have a new group that its acronym is SEEKS, School to Employment Advisory Committee. And it's working with our community business partners to look at what are those career pathways that our community needs. And so it really would enrich our partnerships with our businesses and local industry, giving us access to experts in the field. We do need the discretion to hire the most qualified individuals to teach these courses, and it would enhance our recruiting efforts to get those individuals to provide those opportunities for our students. So, next, we're going to turn this over to Ms. Jackson and Ms. Arvin to look at the next exemption that would give us the opportunity to have greater local control, flexibility, autonomy, and empowerment.
Good evening, Mr. Westbrook, Dr. Gibson, board members. The current statute, Texas Education Code, Section 21352, states that in appraising teachers, each district shall use, 1, the appraisal process and performance criteria developed by the commissioner, or 2, an appraisal process and performance criteria. The current challenges in this are that the administrators spend an exorbitant amount of time on the appraisal process, from the pre-conference to the post-conference, which poses a challenge for them to provide quality and timely feedback to the individual teacher. The rationale for this exemption is that SCUCISD will develop a localized protocol to determine evaluation cycles and processes for teachers' evaluations. This will include collaboration from the district and campus administrators and teacher leaders on the development of the district plan to determine evaluation observation cycles. By developing a localized protocol, we can allow administrators greater flexibility in evaluations and more time to support teachers through feedback and coaching. This also allows teachers time to mentor, grow, and learn with and through each other.
So going back to briefly speak on the current challenges, she spoke of the huge amount of time that is required for us to ensure the fidelity and the quality of the system. I think that most administrators and teachers that you would speak with now, maybe I'm using the word love. I don't know if they would say love, but they do appreciate the new tool that is in place for us, which is T-Test, in that it does provide greater detail, more structure. There's a rubric, and it allows us to really give great feedback for our teachers in a variety of areas. In that, however, it's still not a one-size-fits-all system, and so our special education teachers and our reading specialists especially, those teachers who are providing individualized, specialized instruction for our students and they're meeting in small group, some of the different areas of T-Test really don't allow us to highlight what they do well in those situations. The other area that we looked at was that for teachers that are doing a great job consistently, some of our veteran teachers that tend to be the mentor teachers, this is a lot of time that goes into it. When I go home tonight, I will be writing an evaluation for a post-conference tomorrow for a teacher that has been in the profession for 20 years. And so the time for the pre-conference, you're looking at about 25 to 45 minutes. The evaluation itself is 45 minutes. The post-conference is anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes, writing the evaluation. So a lot of time goes into it for our teachers. And so while they appreciate the tool, they have expressed that just the amount of time that it takes, because those are during their conference period, that's time that they could be using to plan for instruction.
Ms. Jackson, I know you're new, but the other principals do those while they're here at the meeting, just so you know.
I had planned to as well, and Dr. Edwards put me on the front row. So you're exactly, I was totally prepared. The rationale for the exemption, what we would be looking at is what this exemption would provide us with is the opportunity for us to have an evaluation cycle or a process so that we would continue to obviously ensure that there's high quality instruction happening in classrooms, but it would also allow us to then use our coaching and feedback model which our teachers have lots of positive comments with regard to that, that we put in place about 2 to 3 years ago. It would also allow us the flexibility to design a system that aligns with our campus goals and our district goals, but then more so those teachers that are veterans and that we are often mentors to our new teachers, for those teachers to continue to serve as model teachers and mentors, and for us to go into their classroom, providing them with timely feedback, but then also allowing them to mentor those other teachers. So in a nutshell, it allows us to meet the needs of our teachers and provide that timely feedback in a more efficient way. Next up, we have Letitia and Sherry that are going to be speaking on first day of instruction.
President Westbrook, Dr. Gibson, board members, the third exemption that the DOI took a look at, or the committee took a look at, was a uniform start date. Texas Education Code 25.0811 deals with the first day of instruction. Currently, the statute states a school board district may not begin student instruction prior to the fourth Monday of August. The current challenges that we took a look at dealt with stating that a school district may not begin student instruction before the fourth Monday of August. The current process allows for little flexibility in the design of annual calendars to fit the needs of the community or the wishes of the local Board of Trustees who represent community interests in this matter. Previously, districts had the option of applying to TEA for a waiver to start earlier, even as early as the second Monday in August. The Texas tourism groups lobbied to have this stop because they believed it was hurting their tourism business. Therefore, several years ago, the legislature took away all waivers and dictated that districts may not begin until the fourth Monday with no exceptions.
So our current challenges include an unbalanced semester length. If I counted correctly, I believe the spring semester is 5 weeks longer than the fall. Going into June affects summer school and college classes. Insufficient time to plan instruction during the school year. Low staff morale due to long spring semesters and attendance. Insufficient time to enter the end of semester grades. Mental, physical fatigue and stress due to long blocks of time without breaks. Increased student and staff absenteeism due to burnout and fatigue. And unable to begin before the fourth Monday, especially when it is late in the month like it was this school year. Unable to end before Memorial Day. And districts and college calendars are not aligned for dual credit and dual enrollment courses.
The rationale that we gave for the exemption, SCUCISD seeks exemption from Texas Educational Code 25.0811 as to obtain flexibility to begin the instructional year before the fourth Monday in August to prevent the loss of instructional time and to provide more days of uninterrupted time for teachers to plan and prepare for instruction. This would better balance semesters in order for the district to support semester course curriculum. Beginning the instructional year prior to the fourth Monday in August will allow more time for instruction and remediation to better prepare students for success prior to state accountability testing and college entrance examinations. SCUCISD will continue to seek and consider input from the District Improvement Committee on an annual basis for the upcoming school year calendar. The input recommendation will continue to be shared with the Board of Trustees for consideration when determining final approval for the upcoming school year calendar.
So our rationale for this exemption is not adding more school days. We will still follow policy and practice of use of local input, the District Improvement Committee, when determining the start date. It will balance semesters at all levels, including alignment with colleges. There will be more teaching dates before the testing, state testing, and allows for flexibility in planning breaks and holidays to re-energize and reduce absenteeism. It allows flexibility in embedding professional development days throughout the school year, prevents the loss of instructional time by starting before the fourth Monday, and flexibility with the start date will also provide flexibility with the end date.
So, thank you, and we're inviting the committee members back up in case there are any questions, but wanted to come back and kind of end it like we began, in that the district innovation is not about a specific. If you looked at the plans, each one of the exemptions, there were possibilities in that, not a thou shalt and therefores. So it really does go back to providing us greater local control, increased flexibility and autonomy, and empowering us to be creative in the plans, to look at things differently, as we talked about. And so that was the committee's charge. That was what we looked at. Those were the exemptions that were made. Many of them talked about continuing developing a plan, but that's what it allows us to do. That it allows us that flexibility. So with that being said, that's the end of the presentation, and any of us would be happy to answer questions. And actually, any of us can answer those questions, even though we may have presented on a specific exemption. Each of these committee members and all of the committee members had a thumbprint on all of these, the way the processes work. So I'll step back, and yeah, you can ask questions and anybody can answer them.
I have a couple comments and then at least one question for sure. In our belief statements, it says we believe public education is defined by the local community with limited state involvement, and that's exactly, I think, what this does. A couple things on this, just from what was presented tonight, is, to me, it just makes sense with the first part of the CTE. I mean, if you have someone come in, such as, Emerald, the chef, and says, I want to come work at y'all's district and teach culinary, and you say, well, no, I'm sorry, you don't have a teacher certification. To me, that just wouldn't make sense. And it makes the same thing, whether it's the criminal justice program, the certain nursing programs, welding programs, and a few others, why you would turn someone down who's 30 years as a welder, who has every certification you can think of, just because he or she doesn't have that certification, just doesn't make sense. So I totally agree with that part. The second part, the appraisal, for me, once again, just makes sense. Now I think Ms. Jackson said it best, is we can construct our appraisals in a way that mirrors what we as a district and as a community want from our teachers. And without having a state come in, I mean, the state, I think, has good guidelines, but, you as a principal, or you as a superintendent, or us as a board, or us as a community, know what we want from our teachers. And I think for me, I just would prefer to have the ability to manipulate it to the way that meets our needs and our goals and our wishes. The last one is the early start, the flexibility with the schedule. And to my dismay, I asked a few teachers, would you really even want this? Because I was thinking, I sure wouldn't want to start earlier in August. And every one of them said, absolutely yes. We'd prefer to start earlier if it meant getting out a little earlier, and for the exact same reasons that were presented, because that way my child can start college at the summer semester. Right now they're missing it because of start dates. And that was actually the exact opposite answer I would have thought. But they said the otherwise. The one question I do have, and this is for anybody to answer, is this, to me, as a general principle, just seems so, like it makes so much sense. Why is it not just the norm? Why are people just not doing it? Is it too much paperwork, or is there a reason? Because what district would not say, hey, I want to have better control and autonomy of our district? So why are people not doing it in droves?
I got pushed. I don't know if you saw that, but there's a little. One of them, Mr. Crew, is the slide that we showed, that the number of districts that have taken advantage or have followed the DOI designation has increased to 651. 2 years ago it started off with a handful, and those were the only districts that you could go to and look for models of ways that they would do that. We're up to 651. When we first, if you'll remember, I'm sure you remember the presentation from September. The number I gave was about 550. And that was basically counting the number of districts that were listed on the TEA website. I'm not saying 100 more have added since then, but the numbers continue to increase, as evidenced. Again, we listed a couple of districts around us that have sought designation as a district of innovation. They're a handful, but again, just at that session that Dr. Gibson and I, another 8 to 10 that chose to come to that session, with all of them saying, yes, we're looking at that. So it really, you know, some may choose to, some may not, may not be eligible to because they don't meet the requirements of state accountability on that. And so, you know, but we're seeing a growing number of districts that are taking advantage of this based on their needs. Not all of them have the same exemptions. I mean, there's one district that has a light bulb exemption. We didn't seek that one.
So a good portion may be that they just don't meet the requirements, and then some just, for whatever reason, just don't want to do it.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask a couple of questions? And Dr. Edwards, you may be able to answer this one. Is there a part of the education code that states what the makeup of the district improvement committee is supposed to be?
Yes, sir, and it's in our board policy. The district improvement committee?
Yes.
Yes, sir, it's in our board policy.
Can you tell me what that is offhand?
2/3 are teaching staff, of the staff, 2/3 are teaching staff, a third is non-teaching staff. I think it says.
So that would be your aides and that sort of thing?
It could be well, you can't really, because they're hourly meeting times and things like this. So this would be your counselors, your principals, your non-teaching staff.
You're non-instructional, but they're professional person.
Yes, sir. And then community members, business members, and parents on that. I believe that's at least 2 of those on those committees.
Okay, let me ask you, and this is for the parent and the, I think we have one parent here tonight, Ms. Sever, is that it? Seaver, okay.
Well, actually, if I don't want to, well, I do want to correct you. There are.
You know, my train of thought only runs so far, so get it, you know.
We have one person that is truly a parent and a non-employee, but we have many on the committee as well as here that are parents
Sure.
and community members.
Right.
Also, we talk to other parents. We talk to other. They do let us out.
Right.
So you know,
I have 2 granddaughters in the school district, and believe me, I hear about it when they don't like something. So I understand all that. I don't listen to my son, so it doesn't matter what he says. For the parent and for the teachers in particular, tell me about how the District Improvement Committee functioned in regards to the District of Innovation. How did that work for you guys? How do you feel the input was from folks on the committee?
We spent many hours collaborating. I got to voice my opinion, and there were times that my bullets got added to the board individually, and then there were several times that I voiced my opinion on something that I questioned, and so we each met. We had our own opinions, and then we met as smaller groups, and then we collaborated. And to speak to I looked at the numbers, and about 40% of our teachers are also parents and community members on that committee, and I think we would speak up if there was something that would affect our children or our.
Okay.
Right, and I definitely always give my opinion. And I have spoken with many of my friends. I have children in band. I have children who wrestle, play football. I have carpool starting at 6 a.m. I've discussed it with my carpool boys. And I promise you that the kids in the car, the boys, I mean, their first reaction was, wait, we are not going more days, are we? I'm like, no, not more days.
Right. Yeah.
And when I explain it to them, they're like, they understand the impact of potentially having more instructional days on the front end, which is a frustration right now with a lot of kids.
And I hear that from the teachers as well, especially those that teach semester classes, you know, in secondary. That first semester they don't get anything done near what they get in the second semester, and it's just, I think that's the frustrating part.
I'm not hearing from band moms, wrestling moms, anyone saying that they don't agree with this.
Okay. All right.
Even the kids who are working.
Well, good. Well, thanks for being on the committee, first of all. I know how difficult it is to get a committee organized like this. As a campus principal, having campus improvement committees and trying to get business people and parents who are very busy people. Business people have to run businesses. And you try not to have too many meetings and to beat them over the head with it. And so I appreciated any input and time that I could get from the parents. And thank you for serving on this committee, and thank you for your input, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. The district appreciates this as well. And I, for one, will also say on the appraisal part, having done those with teachers, Ms. Jackson, I understand that, And the hardest thing for me to do was to go into a post-conference with a teacher who'd been teaching 20 years. Because you also, you know, you go through the WART system, you know, and it's, you know, the first thing you hit them with is a weakness. Well, you know, it's like you might as well be talking with two heads, because it's, you know, you happen to find something, and it's the amount of time you spend doing that is ridiculous. And so I appreciate what you said. Thank you again. Thank you for your input.
Any other comments?
Sure, why not? Okay. Yeah, just, you know, in any kind of government, it always kind of boils down, to, already putting that up, who's got the power and who gets to make the say. And I think here at some point in time, the Texas legislature and their wisdom thought that, or somebody was telling them public schools aren't doing a good enough job, and we're hiring people that aren't qualified, and we're just getting some relative off the street to teach a class, and so therefore let's start requiring certifications. We didn't know how to create a calendar, I guess, or for some special interest groups, it wasn't in their best interest, so now the state needs to tell us when to get started. As far as evaluations, the same thing. We're not evaluating our teachers or our staff, we're just letting people do what they want to do. Therefore, the wise folks in Austin come up with an evaluation that they then mandate on us. And as a local government, I think we're smart enough to know how to operate our own district here. I certainly agree with John. This is the kind of thing that we talk about all the time. I mean, why let Austin dictate how we control things when we think we could do it better, and we care more about our kids and our community and our businesses than the folks in Austin. So these three topics, I'm very much in favor of conceptually allowing us to make our own decision, whether that's the calendar, certifications and evaluations. I've heard some concerns about the calendar, but tonight, or this first phase is just to decide whether or not we can create our own calendar, right? I mean, this is just, the state tells us it has to be the fourth Monday. We're just telling ourselves, no, we'll decide when we start. And then we have a discussion on what's best for us. And I do want to say, when it comes to these committees, this board isn't up here to just be cheerleaders or just, you know, rubber stamp whatever the school folks want. I mean, our job really is to represent the public and the community, and that includes business owners, taxpayers, and ultimately we need to do what's best for everybody that's concerned. But if we approve this, then you guys will bring a calendar back to us that y'all think is best for the district, right? I mean, so we ultimately have a final say on that. On the certifications and evaluations, I mean, the board doesn't really have much more say over that, does it? Moving forward? I mean, there's certain checks and balances when it comes to the calendar, but I think the evaluation part and the certification, that's pretty much an administrative regulation.
Yeah,
I would
we
think,
will
moving
set it
forward.
up through admin regulations and keep the board involved. And in that
Right.
particular way we structured that is that it would come to superintendent level for the decision, and then I'm sure we would keep the board apprised of tracking it and things like that.
Sure. And I don't know, John used what was the chef example you used? Emerald? I don't know. Okay, I guess. I always think about, you know, if George Bush or Barack Obama wanted to teach government, we couldn't hire him. I mean, you know, it just seems kind of insane to some extent. And so I think trying to limit what Austin tells us to do and create our own set of rules, as long as we still have oversight and we're still doing what we think is best for the district, I mean, it's certainly something we should do.
You know, I know, you know, speaking of certification, and I know we've gone on with this, but this is a very important subject. It's a very important process for the school district. I think it could be a turning point in a lot of areas for us. But in the 60s, the state of Texas would allow school districts to hire non-certified. They were not teacher trained. They would go to a small university that happens to be in College Station, very small university, very small. But they would go to College Station during the summertime and be certified to teach a CTE class. That's where, especially in smaller school districts, Schertz-Cibolo, when it was Schertz-Cibolo, would hire these folks to come in and teach welding, paint and body, auto mechanics, small engine repair, and that's what they did. And then when Schertz-Cibolo-Universal, when it became Schertz-Cibolo-Universal City, Samuel Clemens High School, those folks continued to work here and worked here until they were no longer, well, they retire, or at some point in time, the state of Texas decided they weren't good enough. And then, you know, the funding for those kind of certifications for students who were getting certified in those classes went off the table. In someone's infinite wisdom, they decided that all these kids needed to go to college. Well, no, they don't. And I've said that before, and I won't beat a dead horse. Don't send any horses down here. But anyway, I think, moving toward allowing those kinds of certifications again would be a smart move for the state of Texas, along with allowing dope. I'm done.
I just want to add one more comment, just because I've always thought it was ironic that I could not teach high school, but I can go teach college government with certain degrees without any certification. I can go get hired at any college as long as I meet the educational requirement. I can go teach math in college. I go teach government in college. But I can't go teach it at third grade. And I understand the need to have certain curriculum understanding and stuff, but so you can say I can't teach high school government, but I can go teach that kid 1 year when he graduates. I can go over to UTSA and teach the same government class or a higher level government class without having a certification. So to me, sometimes it just doesn't make sense.
Any other comments?
I would just like to say, I want to say thank you to this group. They spent a lot of time here tonight and a lot of time at the public meeting, especially Ms. Schlother. This actually happens to be her birthday that she's been here, so I'd like to say happy birthday to her.
The oldest principal, but it is becoming my bedtime early.
So I will say that the entire committee put in a great deal of work, but I especially appreciate our committee members here for their work at the public meeting as well as their time that they were able to share. I think you got a well-rounded perspective from a lot of different areas about the plan in and of itself. So thank you guys very much.
There's one comment. Is this going to be an opportunity to sort of develop a relationship with the trade unions and culinary schools? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. As Ms. Che alluded to, in the development of the Student to Employment Advisory Committee, this actually came up, not DOI, but having opportunities for industry certified or industry experts as we continue to work on. Another area of superintendent's focus is building a more robust CTE program or continuing to build that. They started talking about it, and we kind of sat back for a minute and then rolled this out, and they said that's exactly what we need is those opportunities to collaborate and work together. We've had 2 great sessions with them where we kind of shared our needs, they kind of shared their needs, we shared what we could do, they shared what they could do, and so this will align with that partnership for manufacturing and industry and business and all of those things. So it's led to some good conversations.
Or Methodist or something?
Yes.
Thank you. Next. Strategic plan by Dr. Gibson.
Yes, President Westbrook and trustees, this last year, starting in May, a group of about 30 dedicated staff members and community members came together and were tasked with the simple endeavor of starting the draft of the 2018 through 2022 district strategic plan. Throughout that process, we've tried to keep you posted of the results. I don't know that you've seen this very last version of the belief statement. So on page 41 in your board packet, we've submitted that for you to review this next month. And then on page 42, we have the new district motto, mission, vision, no change to the values, the update to the proposed priorities, which I'll quickly read just for the sake of the record tonight. But priority 1, all graduates will be college and or career and or military ready. Priority 2, high-performing and engaged workforce. Priority 3, highly satisfied students, parents, and community. And priority 4, efficient district and campus operations. So from 3 priorities to 4, although we would argue that all 4 of those were embedded in our past 3. But this will allow us the opportunity to maybe track them a little deeper with our process that we utilize with trustees. I'm also appreciative of the additional work, and I'll just point to Ms. Che, who, knowing her, will try to point it to all the other people, but she headed up a subcommittee of working on what's called a portrait of a graduate. We just call it traits of an SCUC graduate. On page 42, you can kind of see the handiwork of that, or the final, I guess, draft from that group. And that includes the survey of around approximately 400 students that Ms. Chase somehow got an email out to all of them, and we combed through all of and it might have been on Twitter, who knows. Okay. And so we brought the group back in, and then these traits, dynamic leader, self-motivated, skill communicator, service-oriented, and future-ready, came from that work and has been blessed by our students and our committee. And we were going to recognize that group tonight, a lot of activities tonight, so we're going to try to do that in January instead. And if you have any questions about the district strategic plan, please let us know over the coming month. We're going to bring it back to the board for approval in January, if that's okay with the board. This is for 18, starting September 18.
Any comments, questions, concerns? Let's have a review of the process for superintendent's summative evaluation. Dr. Gibson and then myself.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Westbrook. And if I may, on page 44, I just direct the board's attention to the step-by-step process that's outlined there. And just note that January the 19th, hard copies of superintendent evaluation instruments distributed. You can follow along if you want to look at some of the additional comments, parameters rather. The link will be provided at that time. It's all electronic. Trustees complete the online evaluation, windows open 19 through 26 January 2018. Compile, and that'll be the board president. I think Ms. Ettram flips a switch and they go to you, and then you manage them at that point. Aggregate results then are emailed back out to all trustees February the 2nd, and then February date pending, and I know we have a conflict, and we'll continue to work with that. We're trying to get that hammered down in February, and then typically at the February board meeting is when the board takes action on superintendent's contract.
Are there any questions, comments, or concerns? Summative evaluation. I don't know if there's a way we can try to find to get the board to submit those evaluations faster than, some people forget, not me, all the time, but we're going to get those in.
We'll stay on it, Mr. President.
Yep. An email. Next, we'll have a discussion, amendment to TASB culture voting resolution presented by Dr. Gibson.
Yeah, this is a little bit odd because the board has already approved this. We want to bring it back to you, and on page 46, the main reason was just to add this last item. I think I heard it mentioned, and I think Mr. Emmonu and Mr. Westbrook went to the Bexar County, and I think I heard that they brought up some of the work that we've been working with Judson ISD on trying to build this coalition. We've done it. In fact, the mother of one of our student reps tonight is part of our Great Conversations team that was also one of our biggest advocates. Well, you heard her say she went to a protest, which I thought was kind of cool. It was actually a rally, but if she wants to call it a protest, that's cool. We'll call it a protest. But we went to a teacher rally, and her mom and I stood in the 127-degree heat looking for a piece of shade and some water. But really engaging a lot of our frontline staff, and it's not just teachers, but it's frontline staff. And so we're trying to expand that, I guess, San Antonio-wide, Bexar County-wide, and we do have some interest that's out there. We wanted this resolution that our board has already approved to include language, so we added this working collectively with Bexar County ISDs and legislative advocacy, including frontline staff, working with superintendent/designee on legislative advocacy to support pre-K through 12, to just kind of put a little bit in this resolution around what you guys heard the other night at the Bexar County. And if I understand it, that was well received by the
Yes.
trustees present.
Gary can elaborate. Did you want to talk about it?
Well, yeah, I may go off script here somewhat, but, so the red lettering, I mean, do we run that by the attorneys? I mean, who's proposing that exact language? 'Cause my concern is, I know the state law that we're not really supposed to use public funds for political, I forget the key language, political purposes or something along those lines.
That's correct.
And it just scares the heck out of me when I read the words legislative advocacy. I mean, to me, that just sounds like it comes too darn close to using public funds to do the very thing they're telling us not to do.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Versus informing, or, I mean, I'd have no problem at all telling our folks to go vote, or helping them go vote, or making voting accessible to everybody, but legislative advocacy just seems like maybe cutting too close.
Yeah,
that's my thought. So I don't know if we ran that by the attorneys or whatnot.
I
But
think we have, but I'll double check, and I will ensure that over the next 30 days before it comes back that we've got that language. Because the essence is, and you saw the red shirt outside, the this thing, hashtag I support Texas Public Schools. That's what it's really about. And if that word is too strong, I'll double check. It may be that we need to put working collaboratively in support of public education, you know, or something like
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
That
that was just a
language
concern
might-
I had, but.
No, that's a really good, it's coming out of the book, and I'll double check.
But I think, I guess we were one of the first districts in this area, I think, to sign off on this resolution.
Correct.
From what I understand.
Yeah.
So.
And you're right, there is a line, and we've talked about that multiple times with our group, and, but it, you know, I guess the line that is available by law is that we can advocate for public education, for support of public education.
Okay.
That's right, and that is pending. This must be being effective because there's some pushback.
Well, I thought I saw somewhere, what's the name of the group that's promoting this?
Well, Texas Association of Communities Schools Tax,
But
and
there's
then
a
the
subgroup,
Texas
huh?
Educator Vote, I think.
Maybe that's
is
what I'm
the-
thinking of.
that's
Okay,
the-
and I saw they had a whole bunch of different bullet points that they wanted to go in this.
Yeah, we
which is
left
more than
a-
what we have, and some of that language was even, I mean, more
Yeah,
over
we
the
left
top
a
of
lot of that out because
Okay.
we felt like, but however, I see what you're saying about that word. And we, you know, we screened it through
Yeah.
what you're talking about. That word might be better to just say support instead of advocacy.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
just my thoughts, but-
No, it's a good, I think it's a very valid point. I will make sure that the board is updated once we kind of talk about that word and if the word support might be better.
I do have one question. You got advocacy sitting here. We belong to Texas Association of School Boards. They are our advocacy group as far as the school board is concerned. There's a Texas Association of School Administrators, which also advocates
Right.
for school administrators. So we actually do have advocacy groups that we actually use and pay for to get information to. So do we really need something additional on top of that advocacy that we're already up there in Austin's back pocket trying to say, okay, you need to do this, you need to do that? Do we really need to add this to that advocacy?
Well, that's
I
a
don't
really
know. I
good
mean, I'm
question.
just
The
throwing it
only,
out there.
the thought was with respect to this Bear County group, that's where this came from. Just,
Yeah.
that's a big, that's a part of what we're going to do.
Let me add on, and I completely forgot, and I apologize. Forget the lady's last name, Marissa Pettis, who's the State Board of Education member for not so much our area, but a good part of San Antonio, made a huge unsolicited compliment to our district in that she was highly complimentary of our Great Conversations team and how they had gone to the state quite often and had met with legislators and I guess was making a large impact. And again, this is a Bear County group. Schertz-Cibolo is a very small part of that, so we don't normally get most of the airtime, so to
Right.
speak. So, and we're not her constituents, so the fact that she even brought us up, I thought was a pretty impressive thing. But so we then did talk about the impact of that group, and so Ed, if you're going to have an impact on education, it's not just the big groups, TASB, TASA, but the actual frontline folks. The bus drivers and the maintenance people, and they're all a big part of this too. And I think she said there's a huge impact because you've had a cross-section of employees actually talking to legislators, not just the normal teachers groups or board groups and people like that. up
Yeah,
there.
that's a really good thing to point out because it was funny and it was interesting for me to observe. One of the first meetings, one of the first reps, said, well, who are you here to represent? And, one of our intermediate teachers said the children of Texas. And no, which group? Well, the group of all the children in public school in Texas. And what the legislator thought is it PCTA or ATPE or, and the whole point was that it wasn't that. And he said that I'm a member and that's another person and they'll be coming in later. I'm here to represent school children in SCUC, which I thought and it kind of set them off a little bit. So that's really what this is about. And then just this Bear County component.
And we do have a Great Conversations team member here. Is that
Yeah,
Patrick?
Patrick. Yeah, Patrick's got his band.
He's got his. There we go. Thanks for being here. Any other questions, comments, concerns?
We'll keep the board updated over this month by board update.
Next, we'll have the discussion 2018-2019 school year calendar. Dr. Damon Edwards.
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Westbrook, Dr. Gibson, members of the board. This one hopefully will go a little bit quicker, but this is a discussion item for tonight. We'll bring it back for potential action estimated estimated action in January. Basically, each school year, we're responsible for ensuring 75,600 minutes of instruction. We develop a calendar based on that. As you've heard many times tonight, the district is not able to start school prior to the fourth Monday in August unless it is designated as a DOI or District of Innovation campus with that specific exemption listed. The school calendar enables the district to establish days of operation and contract days of employees, including any time required for staff development, planning, and preparation, and continuing education. We work closely with Ms. Cannon and trying to ensure that we can develop a calendar as early as possible to allow our human resource department to work all of those things out. So actually, Mr. Inman, to answer your question tonight, we're going to bring a couple of examples to you. I'm going to show this one first to see if you can make, it's a little bit blurry. We also have these broken up individually. Bottom line, the difference in these two calendars, Draft C and Draft D. Draft C is on the traditional fourth Monday of August start date. Draft
Can you zoom
D.
in a little bit?
Yes. Oh. Okay. C is traditional start date. You can see the 27th being the fourth Monday. That would put school ending on June the 6th. It's very similar to the calendar that we've had this year and really the past 2 years. Draft D is actually a calendar that could only be considered with approval of DOI. It shows a start date of 5 days prior to that fourth Monday, or actually the third Monday in August, with an end date being May the 30th. This was a calendar that we held off on until we advanced in the DOI process a little bit to determine, where we were with that and some of the considerations. I will say that the calendar and the DOI are different processes. We didn't get into specific calendars like this in the District of Innovation because that wasn't the focus. This has been work with the District Improvement Committee who annually looks at the calendar and makes a recommendation as Mr. Inman pointed out earlier. We will continue to discuss this and bring back for feedback and comment at our next District Improvement Committee meeting scheduled for January the 10th. Committee members were asked to take this back to their campuses and come back as a representative and provide us feedback on each of the two calendars. We do feel like that the DOI will actually provide us even more flexibility moving forward and looking at some different options and some things like that. But again, that would give us that local control if that DOI is approved. But these are the two calendar options we have at this point.
All right, Dr. Edwards, now I'm going to get into some of the things that one of the members of your committee raised insofar as the actual calendar itself is concerned. Okay, so the two options here, it looks like, in fact, if the DOI is approved and we do move school up 1 week, the intention is to then end school 1 week earlier.
Yes, sir. And that's what's demonstrated in D.
Because, again, there was some fear about that. Okay. Have you guys, and I don't know what have to change if you did this, but have you guys discussed at all about having a longer school day?
There was a lot of conversation about that was raised. If you'll remember, I believe it was 2 years ago, we did have to add 10 days of instruction, or 10 minutes of instruction to the school day to meet the 75,600 minute requirement. A complication for us has to do with our triple stagger start date. Most districts that have extended hours beyond what we have don't have a triple stagger start. They don't have 3 bus running cycles to go through to ensure that they get their kids to school. A lot of that has to do with really finance in regards to that. I'm sorry? Yeah, you're talking about $1 million a year for us to run a double stagger start time. With a triple stagger start time, we're already getting out late enough that, especially with kids with activities and different things like that, that really goes into that. Just recently, before daylight savings times, you can imagine our kids were already out and waiting for buses in the dark. You back that up 10 more minutes, and they're waiting out in the dark for 10 more. So there are several reasons that factored in that we look at that. Big part of that is cost. Another part of that is, like I said, the hours that they're going to be there. One of the committee members actually made a great point as well of, and this was one of the parents, when they said, adding 10 minutes to the school day adds basically a minute of instruction to a class period every day. That doesn't make a big difference. When you can have 5 consecutive days of instruction, that's where you can make a difference in that. So I don't know if I explained that very well, but they viewed it as one minute added to each class period. doesn't really work out to a significant difference, whereas 5 days, a week of school in each of those class periods, then you can focus a little bit more on extending that learning.
So like for secondary, let's say 10 minutes, I mean, there's 8 periods a day, so we might be adding, or even 8 minutes we added to each day, because I think that got brought up at the committee. That's only 1 minute to each class period.
Correct.
That they would be going to, for secondary for our 6th grade through.
Yes.
Or 5th grade, 7th grade through 12th.
Okay,
So that, the time we would have to start, the time we would have to end, and then the point with the secondary schools of it adds a minute to basically each period.
Okay, so I mean, the point I just wanted to make, I mean, we could pretty much do whatever calendar we wanted, but there's always pros and cons, and there's always a trade-off. I mean, we could add 30 minutes to the school day and compress the school year, but then that would cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in other areas, or cause other issues, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the one thing I heard a fear of just expanding the school year altogether. And so if we move it up a week, we're more or less going to close it off a week early as well, right?
Roughly, and we shared that with the committee, with all committee members. There, it may not be day for day because
Sure.
again, you factor in, holidays. For instance, the last 2 years, we released, and this year coming up in 2 days, our last day of instruction is Thursday. The reason we're not going through Friday as we did in 14-15 was because of where Christmas fell and trying to build in, consider to the community, travel time between the time we get out and Christmas. If Christmas was on a Sunday, if we released on a Friday, it probably wouldn't be good, effective, and efficient operations because we wouldn't have kids in school unless they were bound to exams. But 2, it doesn't take in consideration family dynamic. Another thing, we were asked if we looked at other calendars in the area, and we said absolutely we do. Not everybody honors Veterans Day the way we do, and I don't think anybody's willing to give that up in our school district.
Dr. Edwards, if I may, so these calendars, I think what Mr. Chairman's asking represents the same amount of days?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, so we're good.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
I have a question. It's only because I'm naive and I don't know. Every week that we start, I really don't know. So if we decide to start it a week earlier, we decide to go 2 weeks earlier, 3 weeks earlier, it doesn't matter. But every time we started a week earlier, does that mean kids potentially could go to school a year early? I mean, a week can start kindergarten earlier because their birthday now falls within that first week. So if we move it up 2 weeks, does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. No, it's a set date of where they are, September 1st.
So it's September 1st no matter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I didn't know.
Any other comments, concerns? Thank you, Dr. Edwards.
Thank you.
Authorize the superintendent to enter into negotiations for real estate pertaining to the purchase of land for a possible school site off Abbott Road, east of FM 1518 in St. Hedwig, presented by Matt Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, and Dr. Gibson. It was a long time ago when we looked at slide number 4 of the demographer's presentation. And he's gone. However, on that slide, on the very bottom, on the other side of I-10, you saw a little area known as St. Hedwig, and there's some growth down there. As he said, that is a new growth area. As it just so happened, several years ago, the district came into some property there that we share an interest in with Bexar County. The purpose of this agenda item is to allow us to enter negotiations with Bexar County to buy out their interest. And their interest basically is the back taxes that are owed to them. So we're working with their tax attorney to find out how much is due to them up to 2011. 2011 is when they tried to sell it at auction. They couldn't sell it, and then they transferred the ownership by a sheriff's deed to the school district. So we're working with them to find that out. We believe it's several $100,000 for 94-point-something acres. That would be a very good deal, I would say. However, this area down below here is not scheduled for any particular facility anytime real soon. However, in the future, for people who are here after us, it may be a very good idea to have a site for a school district there, school district facility. Yes, sir.
I was saying, I talked to several homeowners out in that area, and apparently there are, I'm sure we know about, proposed plans for various developments, and homes will actually be out there at some point.
Yes, sir. We met with the developer, and he said that in the area below I-10, he's going to have 1,000 homes there within maybe the next 7 to 8 years. And I said, well, okay, 1,000 homes, based on our demographer's ratio, that would equal about 250 elementary students. So that is 250 to 300. So that's not quite enough to open a new elementary school by itself. However, perhaps 10, maybe 15 years from now, more growth will happen along the creek side, as we saw some of the little yellow dots already over there on that side. So it is definitely something that we should not ignore if we have the ability to take advantage of.
Any questions, comments, concerns? What was the approximate amount, or just rough?
That's rough. We've got the Bexar County Appraisal District accidentally added taxes since 2011 to 2016, and both the county tax office and our attorneys are trying to get them to go back, roll it back to 2011 when they transferred the property over to us, Bexar County and the school district. It's just an administrative error on their part down there.
Okay. Thanks. Next, we have solicitation for HVAC renovations. J.D. Mosley and Mr. Rivera.
Good evening, President Westbrook, members of the board, Dr. Gibson. The item you're looking at now is the solicitation for HVAC renovations at Pascal Elementary School and William Malish Administrative Building. We've talked about this a little bit in the past, or several times in the past, as a means of using our 2013 bond savings. We brought that to the board several months back, that we would be using those funds for HVAC projects on land. So since then, we've been working on design of these systems. Those designs are coming to the end and about ready to go. So we're going to put a solicitation out to receive bids for both of these projects. The bids will be broken up into separate for Pascal and for this building. We're hoping to make the most out of all the money that we have there in the savings. Pascal will certainly be the priority, and then we're going to try to do as much as we can with this building, depending on how those funds come out.
Comments, concerns? Thank you, Mr. Mosley. Next, we'll have solicitation for public address systems, multiple locations. Mr. Mosley, Mr. Rivera.
Good evening again. This is one of our EPP projects for this year. We would be replacing the PA systems at Green Valley Elementary School, Pascal Elementary School, and Allison Steele and DAP. These are systems that are out of date, no longer be able to get some of the boards and things like that for the parts for these systems, and so it's time to replace them.
And it was approximately 80,000?
Yes, sir.
Any other comments, concerns?
Are these public address systems inside the school, or are those signs out front?
No, sir. These are the PA systems inside the school where they do the announcements over, make calls to students. It's those systems.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just make sure. Okay, thank you.
No further discussion. Let's move on to 13, solicitation for fire system replacement. Mr. Mosley, Mr. Rivera.
Yes, sir. This is another one of our EPP projects for this year. We are looking to replace the fire systems at, again, Pascal Elementary and Green Valley Elementary. Another example of some systems that are getting old, no longer serviceable. The systems in place here are actually proprietary, so that makes it even harder for us to get parts when that company decides to stop making them. And so we're looking at replacing both of these systems. We're talking about the panels and the devices in these campuses.
Any comments, discussion, concerns?
Are the fire systems and the PA systems, are they that much different at these two elementary schools? That I know they were both built about the same time.
Yes, sir.
And so was that just a function of the construction at that time as far as the system they used?
Well, Yes, sir, and it is, and both of those have the same systems in those
Yeah,
campuses being
right.
built at the same time.
Yeah.
And in both cases, and I think we'll see this more and more in the maintenance world, PA systems and the fire systems are a lot like technology
Yeah.
at this point, and so, they've come so along now that
Right.
those boards, they're not even making those kind of boards to
Yeah.
replace them anymore, so.
Are we experiencing problems at other schools? Yeah, 'cause I know Wilder's 20 years old. I don't know if the PA system there has been replaced or not.
It's on
so-
the books, yes, sir. It will
Okay.
be coming. We're actually having more problems at Pascal and
Yeah,
Green
Green
Valley.
Valley.
The next two on the systems would be Jordan and Wilder.
Right,
That's
okay.
the
I was
next
just
year old
curious.
EPP.
Seeing those two schools in the two presentations, I was just curious. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I got one question. You've got these listed as coming from the general operating fund. Is this part of the current budget?
This is out of our EPP that we approved a couple of months ago with a budget amendment. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
So this is coming out of fund balance.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I have to ask a question. How much do we have that's already been done that we're looking at that's going to be coming out of the fund balance for this year? How much we decrease in the fund balance this year?
Well,
Once-
right,
I
we
mean,
did
we-
we did an
uh,
amendment to move approximately 5.4 million to the general operating. So if you look in the financials, for the purpose of the EPP, yes.
So look, if I may, I think, so reoccurring costs out of fund balance. So this isn't the ideal, and without a TRE, this is the deferred maintenance thing. So we have two options. We either punt this stuff and don't do it, or we build it into the budget. You can't take it out of fund balance forever. That's what you're getting at.
Can't tell you, right, so so when we're.
TRE or push it down the road.
Wait a minute. So how much are we talking about when we're done with this year's EPP? What's our fund balance projected to look like when this is all said and done?
Yeah, well, the only thing we can do is tell you the total cost and then what it currently is, because we don't know what the settle up for this next year's fund balance will be.
We can look
So
at-
there's no way to know exactly.
I'll give an example. In the last school year, we did approximately the same. I think it was 5.8 million. We were actually able to realize almost the entire amount in savings, and only, was it 92,000 in the audit
92,000,
tonight?
right.
Yeah.
Are you anticipating the same thing, or or is there a way to know at this point in time?
There's really no way to know at this point. There were a couple of things that happened in last year's budget. We had some revenue, prior year state funding hit on August 28th to the tune of almost $2 million. That helped. So we continue to use those tricks, if you will, or cards that we continue to protest and do those things. So it's hard to tell. We can forecast it out. But it is, we did not expect that to happen.
Okay, so standing here December 19th, 2017, we don't know what the state's going to be giving us going forward. We don't know what additional funding is going to be coming from the state. We're spending our money out of fund balance. This last year sounds like we got lucky to some degree. We got most of it back. We only had $92,000. We actually were net loss to the fund balance
Right.
last year. If I remember right, those settle-ups happen pretty much every year to various and sundry amounts. $2, $3, $4 million is not uncommon over the last few years.
Well, we protested that. I mean, we used a firm to protest that, and we thought it was going to hit the books in this year. You just don't know, but we do that every year.
Right, so the point I'm getting at is that we're spending the money, and I realize we need to spend it, but we're talking about going out for a TRE, and we really don't know what our money is going to be coming in from the state. We know what money we need to spend, but we really don't have a good idea of what money is going to be coming from the state, and we're going to be going forward with the possibility of a TRE without really knowing what our money is going to look like.
When in the last 30 years did we know what money was going to come from the state?
And that's exactly the point. We go out for a TRE, and all of a sudden we get this extra money, and what are we going to start spending it out? We're going to just blow our fund balance up, or we're just going to to spend money on whatever we need to spend it on? That I don't see a comprehensive year-over-year idea. year-over-year
I
idea.
want to ask you a question. Have you looked at the EPP?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and you understand the function of that and what it's for? And where the money comes from?
Yes, I do.
Again, these are items that we can, as well stated, which has happened in the past, and why we're dealing with it now is kick it down the road.
We
And
were
then-
given a lecture, Mr. Pivito, if I may,
and the
about
cost
borrowing
is only
band
gonna
instruments from other school districts just 36 months ago, right here in this boardroom. And that was accurate. And we started trying to catch up. And we started trying to catch up with other items. And we made a commitment at that point that we were not going to kick things down the road. So we built the EPP.
And I understand that.
And we also built the fund balance to deal with that. Yeah, that's what we've done, Ed. I'm sorry that, I understand the question, but this is not the first item we've talked about with the EPP. We've dealt with other items with the EPP using the same fund, and this is what we decided as a collective group. This is what we're going to do moving forward. So are we going to stop now? Do these items not get replaced?
I'm simply asking that we get something together that is comprehensive enough to where we have at least some semblance of an idea where we're going, what money is coming in, so we have a basis of making good decisions on a go-forward
I
basis.
think that's what we've done with the EPP.
I'm wanting to see additional information to make sure that when we do go out for a TRE, that we're going out there where we've done everything we can do, we can show the public everything that we have done to make sure that when we're asking them to add 5 cents to their tax rate, that we have done everything there is to do.
I think that's what we're doing. That's
Yeah.
what the EPP is for.
That's
what the budget projection is for. That's what the
That's-
budget parameters are for.
That's the spending side. I'm talking about the revenue side.
So here's
And-
what we'll do, Paige, we can build this chart. So you just take the EPP numbers and you
You
just
can
add them
guess
up,
on the
and then you
projection.
take our however many $1 million in fund balance, and then you just start subtracting them until it zeroes out in how many years? 5 years. There's the graph he's saying. Because at the worst case scenario, that's what happens. And you either defer maintenance or you run fund balance to the ground.
Can it be something to be put in board update, Mr. Finley, or?
Sure, I just want to see a comprehensive set of numbers that I can, that zero out.
Yeah, they exist, we just don't have it in one chart, but we can do it in 15 minutes tomorrow morning.
Okay, then that's good.
Yep.
So moving forward, we're going to board update, or you're going to send it out to the?
Well,
board?
we'll send out the board update, and then we'll just see what the board's desire is after that.
Any other comments or concerns? Moving forward, we have a solicitation for group health insurance. Linda Cannon and Matt Rivera.
Yes, good evening, President Westbrook, Dr. Gibson, members of the board. As you know, we've been looking at our group health insurance and ways that we can try to fund the health insurance that will give the best potential for our employees. We're currently under the fully insured model, which has been traditionally about a 10% increase in premiums every year as we renegotiate rates. What we're proposing is to go out for solicitation of the group health in January with the help of, obviously, Matt Rivera and our insurance consultants, putting that solicitation together. We would like to bid out on a fully insured model to see what we could gain access to there as far as the bids. We also would like to, at the same time, bid out for a partially self-funded model so that we would look to see what those premiums would come in at that time as well. At that same time, we would be looking at bidding out for the stop-loss coverage or the reinsurance that would help protect us against any big claims that would come in into that fund. And then also, you have an ability with the partially self-funded to pull out your pharmaceuticals and bid them separately as well to see if we can get any rate decreases for our employees with medications and things. So our timeline would be to start that process with purchasing and with our consultants in January. Bids would come back in the February timeframe. We would, with the help of our insurance consultants, take a look at those, really be looking at what would be the best model to go with, because fully insured still may be better for us based on those bids. And then we would need to really look at the cost of that partially self-funded with the stop-loss coverage, and is it going to be a better offer for our employees? Be able to really pin that down in March, and at the latest come back to the board in April with that. Again, that would still be, going with a major company with group health, that we would still be tied to, there's 3 left, United Healthcare, Aetna, Blue Cross Blue Shield, so those would be the 3 that we think would be bidding for those opportunities, and really taking that comprehensive look in the spring as to what would be the best for our employees as we move forward with our group health.
Questions, comments?
I was just going to say, I know we talked about it, I guess, when Gary kind of laid it all out a few, I guess at our last board meeting, I can't remember, or 2 ago. But would you mind putting on there too, because I know there truly is a third option that we really don't want to, we're not talking about, but just put that as a comparison when we look everything side by side, just to see the.
Yeah, we can, it's the TRS Active Care, we can put that in the packet.
I mean, I just thought, so then we can really see, we really have 3 options. We know we're kind of narrowed to 2, but just so that's just one more out there. And so
we would only have their rates for the current school year, because they wouldn't come out until the June timeframe typically, but we can certainly lay that out as well.
I just thought that might be good to see when you're looking side by side.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and state, it is good to look at it side by side. The staff sentiment, and I know that's why you're grinning, is do whatever you do, do not use TRS Active Care. Okay, I just. Yeah, I get why you're asking. I just, this thing is videotaped, so I want to make sure I'm saying that our staff clearly said, do not do TRS Active Care.
There was I was speaking to a teacher, and they said you sent out a survey of which preference they would want, whether it was partially funded, fully funded. Was there the results of that survey? Was that going to be available to the board, or?
We didn't send out a survey with that. We've been to each campus and department to
we just went face to
talk
face.
about those face to face. They did offer questions back, and that's where the FAQ has come from, that I believe I've sent to you all. I'm also covering this topic in staff advisories as I've gone to each campus and department, and they have done a quick check on our survey, the top 10 and the lowest 10 items from our staff survey in the spring. So that might be what they're referring to about where we are with benefits. And I mean, I've run that past Team 1, and we can certainly provide you the data on that.
Yeah, in time to your item, and it's a great question, what you're concluding all of those 40 meetings or 50 meetings in the last 60 days with is we're just putting the bid out for what we have done historically and for the consideration of partially self-funded. And I think my observation is usually when you say that, they're like, okay, yeah, sure. I mean, why wouldn't we try to just look at both bids side by side? Just to create more competition.
Well, and I think the last one too, you had all 3, and it was eye-opening when you put even the last one comparing ours to TRS Active Care.
Yeah, and I guess that's where the reason I just narrowed that down to 2 is because when we did that at those meetings, we were told, don't you dare do TRS Active Care. So you're right, we had all 3 of them laid out there, and then we just got a lot of feedback immediately, don't do.
Correct.
And I'm on that board, so I can't, that was accurate. We shouldn't join that. It never was structured for a district like us.
No further questions, comments? Thank you. Next, we'll have discussion for TASB Policy Update 109. Dr. Gibson?
Yeah, I'll read a 5-minute summary for each item A through Q. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's just a bad joke. Yeah, no. No, we're not doing that. You have before you the board packet for Update 109. Many of these, this is always the odd thing after legislative session, these represent some laws that have already passed, but that then go through the scrutiny of different commissioners rendering opinions and et cetera, and then it runs through the TASB attorneys. So you have before you what we believe, well, I'm not gonna say that. Update 109, I'm sure 110 will be on its way. We will keep reviewing this. We will put the board in the board update, our status chart, which will be kind of tricky because we've got a 2-week break here, so I'm sure we'll have to do some work over the break, and then we'll hopefully have it all resolved and ready to come back to the board for action in January.
All right, so any questions or comments?
Yeah, so most of these are local policies. So were all of these created by TASB, or were any of these created in-house by our administration?
This particular update was by TASB.
Okay, so, I mean, none of this was board generated or administration
Correct.
generated?
So these would represent a policy versions from TASB, meaning their base version interpreting the law.
This is, I mean, for sake of argument, the one on board members' authority, at the very bottom, visit the district facilities.
Which page number is it?
I guess that's board.
Page 67.
Is that right? Okay. 68, I think, looks like.
Which,
Yeah, just there at the bottom of that page, BBE local.
okay, gotcha, thank you.
Visits to district facilities. It's talking about board member visits to particular campuses, things like that. Was that? So that was TASB created or generated?
Yes, correct. So under BBE legal, and I realize we're talking about local, Senate Bill 1566 makes revisions to board member authority. District must respond to a board member's request for records within 20 business days, et cetera. In addition, a district must create policy on board. So what the law said, Senate Bill 1566, is that a district must create a policy on board member visits to district campus or facilities. Then this was TASB's way to generate that. Now, to your point, that it's a local policy, so it could be anything the board desires.
Yeah, okay. Was that? That's what I figured.
And you can adopt 109 and also take any local policy up for consideration at any time as something that the board wants to deviate from the TASB-based version.
But were you trying to get around to, nothing was created because of any board member violating policy, right? That's what are you trying to get around to that? Like, you've had no problems with a board member, Dr. Gibson?
No, this was I didn't even know this was in here.
Okay, it's all legislative,
Yeah.
okay.
Until you just brought it up. I mean, now I know, but I didn't know it was in here until now.
All right, no questions, we'll move on. We have board consideration and consensus on discussion items eligible for action under consent agenda. Dr. Gibson, you want to?
Yeah, and I just, Ms. Etram provided this chart for the trustees, and again, it's just submitted as a quick check for you all to look at the chart, the items. I'll let you look at it for just a second. And I'm okay with the strategic plan going on consent agenda. That's up to the board. The TASB culture of voting, I'll keep the board apprised over the next few weeks on board updates. HVAC, public address system, fire system, and the TASB policy are the ones currently we're considering for consent agenda for next month. And again, at the meeting, trustee can pull anyone if they care to. Any yep.
All of these have been discussed this board meeting.
Yes, sir.
So they're eligible to be put on and voted on as an action item next month.
Yes, sir.
No comments, concerns? We'll move forward with those.
Okay.
Dr. Gibson.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to action items, consent items. At this point in time, any board member, what page? 113? There's a set of consent items. Any board member can choose to pull one for consideration.
I request that H be pulled.
Solicitation for number 18-005, Victor High School Color Guard Consulting Services by John Carew is going to be pulled. Any other consent items? Can we go on and make a motion to maybe accept the consent items A through G?
Well, I move the Board of Trustees approve the consent agenda as presented, letters A through G.
Second.
There was a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed have same right. Motion passes 7-0. 185, conveyance of easements to, 197. We have to discuss, right? 197. H, 217.
What page are you on?
H is
Mr.
197.
What? Yeah, page 197 of your board book. You can, yeah, that's Robert's rules.
All right, according to Robert's rules, we're going to make a motion to discuss conveyance of easements for this, conveyance, solicitation for number 18-005 Victor High School Color Guard Consulting Services.
I move the Board of Trustees approve the proposal submitted by Performers Academy as per solicitation number 18-005V to provide services on an as-needed basis.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have discussion.
I just want to have a brief discussion on this, and I know that this is money that we've already encumbered, I guess, for this school year, and that we owe the Performance Academy, and I'm perfectly fine with that, but I just want to have a brief discussion on it, and this goes back to last board meeting, where we started briefly discussing, and I think we've had some board updates since then, that talk about the not just with the color guard, but the the funding of other programs such as dance, cheer, band, and a few others, and the possibility of relooking at these. And just so I guess everybody's on the same page, is my understanding, correct me if I misspeak, that throughout this next school year, we'll have a analysis done, an equity analysis, basically, I think is the terminology that was used. Is that correct?
Yeah, and Ms. Well, do you want her to? Well, go ahead. The two of them are working on it. She laid out a format, I guess is why I'm looking at her for us to consider.
That's what I was going to say.
Go ahead.
So we're working together on that. Ms. Maloney put together a chart the other day and actually included, well, thus far including Mr. Leib,
Yes.
Due to the questions, but it'll more than likely extend beyond that, but it definitely address the specific questions and the specific programs that you had mentioned. So we have, we're working on that process together based upon some of the best practice framework that Ms. Maloney put together.
Okay, absolutely.
Yeah, and Mr. Crew, that best practice that Dr. Edwards just referenced is in line with what we just collectively call the FASRAG, which is the Financial Accountability Resource Guide. And so it's not just a blind effort going out there.
Sure.
We have some guidelines
Sure.
on how to do such a review, if you will.
And just so I guess we're clear, and I think we are. I mean, we've had numerous discussions, and I'm very confident we're on the same page. But is looking at just the different programs. You know, we're paying $50,000 for Color Guard, which I wholeheartedly support. I support all the programs, but then turn around and just knowing from personal experience that same money is not given to cheer and not given to dance. Having conversations with parents and with sponsors as well, saying, you know, we wish we had more money. You know, we have 100 dance girls, or give or take 70 dance girls, but we don't get near as much money, and they have 10 people for them. So my whole thing was I just would like, you know, to look and make sure that everything, because I know historically Booster pays for some. That's just the way it's always been. I know that for cheer, we paid for other costs ourselves out of pocket for dance and choreography fees. The one thing I would like to emphasize is just to make sure we truly have a grasp of the programs, and that's not necessarily a financial thing. It's just because of reading some of the documentation. I spoke to the cheerleaders, and they said, we never got choreography at summer camp. That's just not accurate. The choreography you got at summer camp was only for that competition. So that wasn't something we took back and used during the year. So those types of things is just making sure that we have a total understanding, and that as much as possible that things are distributed equally, and more importantly, is that the sponsors have a input, because a few of them I spoke to and they said, this is the first I've even heard of this. So,
Well, you know what we can send in the board report this week, the methodology
Sure.
page that we've started, and like Dr. Gibson said, we use the FASRAC, and one of the main components of that are the people that you would interview, and that would include
So the scope,
all
basically.
all stakeholders.
Sure.
And so it lists that out, and so we'll get that in the board packet this week.
and like I said, I wholeheartedly support this money. I just don't want to come back, because I've already heard it from people, how come they get it and we don't get that much money? We have 10 times as many people. So just looking at it and figure out, hey, historically, this has been paid, is it something we need to look at paying or not paying or supplementing or whatever, and just making sure that it's distributed as equally as possible. That's all I ask.
And now we've had this discussion at TASB one time, this discussion between equal and equitable. I know, I don't know if equal is possible, but equitable is certainly doable, and I'll leave that up to y'all. Y'all are working on it, but.
Well, that's a really good point. And I mean, you can treat unequals unequally, you just can't treat equals unequally. And that's why I think using the guidelines outlined in the FASRAC are critical to us. And then we just have to agree on the scope. And the point, I think, with what we're saying is that when this is over, I hope the board doesn't expect that everyone's going to be thrilled to death and happy and all smiley emojis on all their text messages. But I can tell you, we will do a thorough analysis.
And at the very most, one of the objectives, and you'll see it in the scope, is we want to be able to provide a same transparency tool for all groups that they are able to use, so that stakeholders are aware.
And I might have misread stuff, and that's highly possible, because I do that. But like, one of the questions I ask is who has certifications? And I think, and I might misspeak, so if I do, I apologize, is that the band instructor has certifications and other people don't. Well, then I spoke to the cheer coach, and they're like, no, we had to do a 3-day certification every summer to make sure we maintain our cheer certification. Dance said the same things, and to be honest, the answer I got said otherwise. So they just didn't match, where they're saying, yeah, we had to go to a 3-day certification every summer to make sure we maintain our cheer certification. But then the answer that I got in one of the updates said that they didn't require certification. So those are the things I just think need to make sure that we have a full understanding of who, has certifications and who doesn't.
I'm sure that'll be part of the scope.
All right, any more discussion? We've had a motion, we've had a second, we've had discussion. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
And Mr. Westbrook, we're moving to the action items, and the item D under the action items, we actually hadn't put an action sheet in here, and so that's 247. And so a while ago I was saying we'll bring that back to the board, so that never was intended to be on action tonight. So that's moved forward to January agenda.
Culture voting?
The thing that we were talking about, Mr. Emmett and I were kind of exchanging about, that would come back next month.
Okay.
And there's not, if you'll notice, there's not an action sheet in here. We really didn't intend for that to be on this agenda. So there's 3 other items for consideration for action at this time.
Notification to the Commissioner of Education of the board's intention to take action on adoption of the proposed local District of Innovation Plan in January of 2018, presented by Dr. Damon Edwards.
Yes, sir. President Westbrook, Dr. Gibson, members of the board, you've heard a little bit tonight about House Bill 1842 and District of Innovation. We've kind of gone through the processes that we've been through so far. So what is next is once the district's advisory committee develops a local plan, a public meeting will be held for the final version. We've done that as part of the process. The board may not vote on adoption of a proposed local innovation plan unless the final version of the proposed plan has been available on the website for 30 days. That will be posted this week to ensure that we've made a motion, or we've brought in a discussion item for action in January on the plan. What we need to do now is notify the commissioner of the board's intention to vote if the board chooses to do so. That would be the next step in that, of notifying the commissioner of the intention to vote. So that's what this action item is about, is seeking board approval. And so I move that the Board of Trustees approve sending notification to the commissioner of the board's intention to vote on the adoption of a proposed local district of innovation plan, with the final vote scheduled to take place at the regular board meeting January of 2018.
Mr. President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve sending notification to the Commissioner of the Board's intention, I'm sorry, let me read this, I'm reading it crooked. Of the Board's intention to vote on the adoption of the proposed local district of innovation plan, with final vote scheduled to take place at the regular board meeting January 2018.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion passes 7-0. Request for board action conveyance of drainage easement to ILF N-T owner LP at Homestead property site, presented by Matt Rivera and Mr. Pruski.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Gibson. On that same slide 4, on the upper northeast quadrant of the school district, which the demographer also referred to, is the area of Homestead. We also have a property site there. Back in October, we brought for the board for approval several easements for that future Homestead area school site. After the board agenda and the approval, the corporate counsel for ILF Nortex owner asked for several minor changes. Our attorney reviewed his changes, had no objections. He said they were immaterial. So we're bringing back this specific easement back to the board. This is a drainage easement on the northwest side of the property, which will help us as far as our drainage as well as their drainage.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Can I have a motion?
Mr. President, I move that the board authorize the board president to execute the agreement to convey the easement designated as number 102 to ILF N-T owner LP for a drainage easement varying in width located along the northwest perimeter of the 23.76 acre Homestead school site.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
One question. What's the maximum width going to be along this easement?
I'm sorry, what was that question?
It says varying width. Varying width that located. What's the maximum width going to be along that?
Let's see, take a look at the Exhibit A and the field notes from the KFW surveyor. You're looking at the lengths of those different lines, 101 through 104. 104 is 14 feet wide. 101 is going to be, it's looking about 14 feet is the width. 103 is 14 feet as well. 101 is a length, so that's much longer. Looks like 14 feet is the width.
So roughly 14 feet, so yeah, that's not gonna be, okay. I just, so when I see it varying, I'm like, wait a minute, there's no maximum here, so.
Well, we
Okay.
refer back to the Exhibit A for the actual measurements.
Okay. I'm satisfied, thank you. Thank you very much.
We have a motion and a second. We've had discussion. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise. Are you finished or you want to discuss some more? You sure? Well, all those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? None. Motion passes 7-0. Request for board approval to build projected school year 2018-2019 budget outlined in the 2018-2019 budget parameter summary to reflect a maintenance and operations tax rate of $1.09, presented by Paige Maloney.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Westbrook, Dr. Gibson, members of the board. We will be bringing to you the budget parameter memo in January. There are lots of factors that are going to impact that budget, and what we're asking for tonight is, anytime you raise the tax rate, that's going to generate a tax ratification election. But to do the work to put that together on those scenarios, that's what we're asking for tonight. Of course, we would have the $4 scenarios and the $9 scenarios as well. Dr. Gibson, you want to add anything?
I was until you said that very last thing. So this is just your guidance for us to prepare a budget parameter memo in January that will be discussed monthly for 8 months.
Yeah, so for clarification, I mean, we're doing both. You're going to do $4 and $9.
Yeah, I think any scenario that we created, it would be prudent just to show the board, here's
And
with, here's without.
Embedded in the budget parameter memo is that it will be during this cycle or, until the election, there will be no funds generated from extra revenue. We will not expend any funds until the voters approve.
I mean, we're not making any assumptions here.
No, not at all.
And because we have to have a budget built on what would a $9 show us.
Absolutely.
In order to convince the folks out there that, this is something, those 5 cents are really going to be a dynamic to the school district in effect as far as what we can do, what it will provide, and in particular with providing assistance at our where our areas show we need some strategic help. We need, especially with what our testing is showing us and that sort of thing. Again, I agree. You can't go by one day of testing as far as what's going on in this school district. But, we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to help those students that are
And we'll outline all of the factors
yeah,
that are.
exactly. So I don't want anyone coming out of here thinking, we're assuming we're going to be at $9, because we're not. But we have to be prepared to show what that $9.
Okay, so my concern was the way this motion is written, that it makes it look like we're only looking at $9.
You can modify, yeah.
So no objection if I make the motion and add $1. Like, we're going to do 2 budget parameter memos, so y'all are going to do that extra work.
We'll do one memo with 2 scenarios.
Right.
2 scenarios,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody cool? Okay. I move that the Board of Trustees approve that the district's budget parameter summary reflect a proposed 2018-2019 budget based on a maintenance and operations tax rate of both $4 and $9 to be included within the same budget parameter memo.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All of those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passes 7-0.
To Mr. Westbrook, I want to really commend the board and senior staff members here to get through that much information in that amount of time. I really didn't think we would be having this discussion at 10:12. We have about 45 minutes of executive session at this time.
Okay. At this point in time, at 10:12, we're going to take a board recess and go into closed session. The board president of this board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Section 551.072, authorization to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property if deliberation in an open meeting would have detrimental effect on the position of the governmental body in negotiations with a third person. 551.074, authorization to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against the officer or employee, and 551.076, deliberations regarding security devices or security audits. We stand adjourned at 10:13. For action related to items considered during closed session, the board may consider and take action on any of the following items. Request for board action, employment of contractual personnel, presented by Linda Cannon.
Yes, the positions on the employment list that were discussed in closed session are replacing a position for the 17-18 school year and will be funded from the school year 2017-18 general operating budget.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the employment list of contractual personnel for the 2017-2018 school year as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passes 7-0. That was it. Next, we're going to have the review of board master calendar and request for future discussion or action items. Mr. Perkins?
All right, so it looks like we have recognition items next time. Student representatives, K through 8, the pledge like we have, the high school reps like we always do, student achievement, and board appreciation. You know, we'll have our standard construction update and board member advocacy, so make your notes. Somebody's going to have to show me again how to do that in the system. Priscilla can do that. All right, good. She wasn't listening. Consensus on items eligible for consensus items. The 2018-19 budget development process. Any new positions? I'm not sure I understand solicitation access control.
Just read it.
All right. We have solicitation access control by Rivera and Mosley. We'll discuss solicitation emergency amplification assessment, also Rivera and Mosley, and solicitation asphalt repair, Rivera and Mosley. Action items for consent will be the minutes, financials, acceptance of report of budgeted purchase excess of $50,000, award fire system replacement, and award public address system replacement. Action items other, 2018-2019 school calendar, 2018 through 22 strategic plan, district of innovation, and rezoning of elementary attendance zones for 2018-2019. And then also if we have a closed session, employment of contract personnel.
Is there anything other board member would like to place on next month's agenda? Nope, I guess we're ready to adjourn. Do I need a second or? Yes, we're adjourned, 10:52.